Let the House please come to order. Please stand this morning as we are led in prayer by the gentleman from Lauderdale, Representative Elliott, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance afterwards. Gentleman from Lauderdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am humbled and honored to be here to stand before you today. And I just want to say thank you to the body, to the Democrats, to the Republicans that are in this House. I'd like to thank you for your kindness since I've been here. I'd like to thank you for your civility, and I'd like to thank you for your hospitality. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today to give thanks. Thank you so much, Heavenly Father, for allowing us to get up this morning and convene on these hallowed grounds so we can do the people's work. Thank you for life, Heavenly Father, and thank you for our families. Thank you for our Speaker pro tem. Thank you for the young people that have come from miles around to help us in this process. Father God, we also like to thank you for our constituents that sit up in the galleries, that's taking their time to come and watch us do the people's work. Father God, thank you for the best support staff that anybody could ever ask for. And Father God, we thank you for our members, for the Democrats, for the Republicans, and we thank you for giving them strength and giving them the will to come and do the people's work. And Father God, I know that we can all agree that if we live this lifetime and 100 more, that we could never thank you enough for giving your only begotten Son. They hung him high and they cut him deep, and he took it so we could be here today to help our people. And so in his name, in Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. Attention, salute, pledge. Hoorah.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
There's a quorum present, Mr. Speaker.
We will have the reading of the journal. The gentleman from Rankin, Representative Powell, moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Report of standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with reading of the introductions.
Is there objection to this? Hearing none, Madam Clerk, we will follow that procedure. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the South Gallery, we have a group of ladies from the American Cancer Society, from the Cancer Action Network, here in support of passing the biomarker testing bill. I'd like to ask you ladies to please stand up and help me make them welcome.
Welcome. Good to have you at your Capitol today. Thank y'all for being here. Gentleman from Benton, Mr. Massengill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in the South Gallery, we have the students from the Mississippi Math and Science School. And I know most of y'all know that. They're all over the state. They are our top school in our state. And my son graduated there in 2015. So y'all make them welcome, please.
Welcome. Good to have you young people here today. Lady from Forest, Miss McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the gentleman from Benton has already introduced the students from MSMS, but I just have to recognize one that is my next door neighbor, lives just a few doors down from me, Noah Maxey, who is a senior at the Mississippi School of Math and Science and lives just a few doors down from me in Hattiesburg. So welcome, Noah, and all your fellow students. Glad y'all are here.
Welcome, Noah. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, if y'all would stand, I would like to introduce the future leaders of Jones County, which is a group of high school juniors, and also the leadership class of Jones County, and they're up here visiting, and half of them are down in the Senate, and the other half are up here. Y'all help them make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Lady from Madison, Miss Ford.
I'm sorry, I was going to do so.
Lady from DeSoto, Miss Remack.
Mr. Speaker, I looked up in the gallery this morning and I see our DeSoto County Supervisor, Miss Lee Caldwell. Please welcome her today. I also have a friend, Ashley Parker, who is a cancer survivor, and she's here today with the American Cancer Society. So please make them feel welcome.
Welcome. Welcome, Miss Lee. Good to have you. Lady from Hines, Miss Summers.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure if they're in the gallery or not, but I would like to help welcome, and I need your help welcoming the Grassroots Gospel Singer Choir, which was founded by Chandra Wise. And the singers are Parthenia Fields, Tori Whitley, Calandra Davis, Darius Brown, Brady Smart, and of course, Miss Chandra Wise. And they'll be performing in the Rotunda. Are they in the North
They're
Gallery?
above you right here.
Could y'all stand up, please?
They
Please
are.
help them feel welcome. They're going to be performing, Mr. Speaker, in the Rotunda, so if you all have a chance to sneak out and see them while we're conducting business, please do so. They're a fantastic choir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, lady. Welcome to you all. Good to have you here at the Capitol today. Appreciate what you do. Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While we're doing announcements, I would like to recognize another student from MSMS, Mr. Sean Pruitt from Tupelo, and also want to congratulate him on his appointment to West Point Military Academy.
Congratulations, young man. All right, I don't see any further introductions. We will go to the calendar. Gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of the Rules, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a special guest in the North Gallery, along with Representative Porter. We have the parents of Elena Johnson, and we are commending her on her outstanding softball accomplishments. Some of those are, she was the 2026 SAAC Campus Relations Representative, 2025 All-Big 12 First Team, 2025 All-Big 12 Tournament Team, and the SAAC representative for softball in 2025. And we do hereby recognize and commend Elena for her outstanding softball accomplishments and extend the best wishes for continued success. So let's all give them a round of applause.
Congratulations. Appropriations calendar, he passes. Ways and Means passes. We will go to the general calendar. Military Affairs. Gentleman from Tishomingo, Chairman of Military Affairs, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to call up House Bill 1076 and call on the gentleman from DeSoto County, the Vice Chairman, to handle the bill, please.
Do you make the usual motion, gentlemen?
Make the usual motion, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from DeSoto is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1076, the Safeguarding American Veterans Empowerment, or the SAVE Act of 2026, is a consumer protection bill designed to shield Mississippi veterans and their families from predatory or misleading claims assistance practices while still allowing them to have legitimate VA recognized to help them operate. At the core of this bill recognizes a simple reality. Veterans' benefits are earned, and the process to claim them can be very confusing, especially right after they separate from service, making veterans a target for people who promise results, charge excessive fees, and creates the impression that they're connected to the VA or a government office. So this bill does four main things. It stops the pay-to-refer behavior, prohibits anyone from taking compensation just for steering a veteran to someone else in order to claim their benefits. It raises the standards for paid representation. It puts guardrails around fees and contracts, requiring that there is clear written agreements prior to services beginning, that they cannot have any upfront or non-refundable fees, and it requires honest disclosures to protect private data of our veterans. Bottom line, House Bill 1076 is about keeping veterans in control, ensuring they get the truthful information, fair terms, and protected privacy while they make their claims in a fair and transparent way. Mr. Speaker, that's my explanation of the bill. I yield to questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Item number 2, Chairman of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're
Item number 2, House Bill 223. Call it up, make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Recognize the gentleman from Prentice to handle this in the next bill, please.
Gentleman from Prentice, recognized to handle the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is House Bill 223, and this is an act to designate a segment of Mississippi Highway 537 located in Jones County, Mississippi, as the Sergeant John Howard Tanner Memorial Highway. Thank you for standing in reverence of this gentleman, his life, and his legacy. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right. I don't see any questions. You move final passage?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 655, I'd like to call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 655 is an act to designate certain segments of the road in Chickasaw County as an official Mississippi Scenic Byway, and is to be known as the Davis Lake Road Scenic Byway. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item number 5, House Bill 1112. Call it up and make a usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain
Recognize
the
the
bill.
gentleman from Newton.
Gentleman from Newton is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1112 is going to amend Code Section 271047, 6597, and 65917. And basically, this is your state aid road division codes, and it's helping our state aid road division on amending some things, such as one is going to put them in the same exemption with the purchasing board as MDOT. They have some purchasing powers at MDOT that Road and Bridge or state aid would like to have. It just moves them equally when it comes to purchasing. It also changes their authorized vehicles from 7 to 13, which they need to perform their duties. It reallocates some of your state aid and bridge monies that may not be utilized in the county. Once they've completed a project, they may have some funds left over. It allows them to slide those monies over to other state aid roads. And it allows them to go in if a county does not use any funds, or once they've completed a project and those funds are just sitting there not being used, it allows state aid to go in and maybe sweep those funds after 2 years and reallocate those in another county that may be needing a few extra dollars to complete a state aid project. Those are your high points of what this bill does. Make a long story short, it makes state aid, road and bridge operate more efficiently and better, and allows them to utilize funds throughout the state in a more a better way to help our boards of supervisors. I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, did you have a question?
Introduction out of order.
I'll get right to you. Keep your button on. I'll get right to you. All right, I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. I believe we're down to item 6. Lady from Forest, Chairman of Medicaid, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to number 6 on today's general calendar, House Bill 737. Call it up and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have an amendment, but I'd like to explain the bill first and then the amendment. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 737 simply says that it provides that the Division of Medicaid, if they have incorrectly made an overpayment to a provider, that could be a hospital or another provider, which is not uncommon, that is not the result of fraud or abuse, that the Division of Medicaid will allow that provider to pay back that overpayment in installments if if it would damage the provider by paying it all back at once. That's the explanation of the bill, but Mr. Speaker, the amendment simply says, just to make certain that we conform with federal law, it amends on lines 9 and 10, and it says that the division that it provides that not more than 12 months after notification by the division or such longer period of time as may be allowed under federal law. And we're just putting that in there to make sure that our time frame of repayment is consistent with federal law so we don't have any problems with CMS. And that is my explanation of the amendment and of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You want to offer your amendment at this time? Is there any questions on the amendment? I see some. All right. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor Amendment 1, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now, questions on the bill. Gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Rosebud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlelady, you yield?
Yes, I do.
So is there any provisions in this? I think you and I have talked a couple of times. I have a provider that has been overcharged, and they're paying fees back that no one is willing to review. Is there any provisions within this bill that's going to get them a hearing at some point when they figure out that they did not owe the funds that they're saying that they owe?
Gentlemen, this does not address that specific issue. It just very simply says that if in your case, if the provider has been overpaid and it is a financial hardship for them to repay the entire amount in one lump sum, that the division shall give them the ability to pay it back in installments. So if that would help your provider, then yes. If not, I just don't know the your particular circumstances. But certainly happy to work with you on that going forward. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any further questions on the bill? I don't see any, lady.
Move final passage, Mr.
She
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers, for an introduction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, please help me welcome the 37th class and the Ruby Year for Leadership Greater Jackson. We also want to thank our colleagues, Representative Gibbs, Nelson, and other House alums for hosting this group, which seeks to improve Mississippi through impactful leadership. And I'm a part of the 34th class, which is the best class. But please help them feel welcome.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Good to have you at your Capitol today. You're welcome anytime. All right, we will continue on the calendar. Constitution passes. Education passes. Business and commerce. Gentleman from Rankin, Chairman of Business and Commerce, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that we go to item 15. I'd like to pass that item and ask that it retain its place on the calendar.
All right, is there objection? Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. Next item,
I'd
gentlemen.
like to go to item 16, House Bill 479, and make the usual motion. Call it up.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
I have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
All right. You want to explain your amendment?
I do. This is a bill dealing with the practice of marriage and family therapy and psychology, and the original bill would have exempted them from the Universal Recognition of Occupational Licenses Act. What the amendment does, instead of that, we tried to solve the problem in the easiest way possible, and they needed, it takes, when someone comes in from another state, right now you only have 30 days to verify that they have the proper education, they don't have a bad criminal background, they've got all the right credentials. And all the amendment does is instead of 30 days to get that information, it gives them 60 days to get that information. They would get a temporary license that would last for 365. As long as all of these other things are satisfied, they can apply for a permanent license after 365 days. That's what the amendment does.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the bill,
I'll move
gentlemen?
final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any questions. Gentlemen, moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Lincoln, Mr. Mango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Join me in welcoming, we have Ms. Peyton Pierce, and we have the Mississippi Agricultural Youth Council there in the South Gallery. Please welcome these young students who are learning about legislature and agriculture all in one trip.
Welcome, young people. Good to have you here today. Gentleman from Rankin, you recognize for further work.
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask we go to item 17, House Bill 991, call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This bill comes to us from Nucor Steel. It deals with used motor vehicle parts dealers and scrap metal processors and authorizes the use of a third-party registration system. The state doesn't have a way to track cars coming from out of state to verify there's no lien on it in another state. There are vendors that provide this information nationwide. Auto Data Direct is one of those vendors, ADD. They would sync with other states for a nationwide database, and the Department of Revenue would prescribe the requirements for the third-party vendor. And that's the explanation for the bill, and I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you. Gentlemen, will you yield?
I do.
Friendly question. Is there any cost associated with this?
There's no cost associated that I know of.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. There are no other
I don't see any
questions.
further
I move
questions.
final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I'd ask that we go to the next item, item 18, House Bill 1072. I call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
This bill is the Voluntary Portable Benefits Plan Act. It creates for contributions by hiring parties to independent contractors portable benefit accounts. If you think about a business being a hiring party or an employer being a hiring party, and you think about a private independent contractor, someone who gets a 1099, not a W-2, these people work temporary jobs, maybe they're traveling nurses, maybe they go from place to place doing work, but they have a hard time getting any kind of benefits. This would allow for a benefit that the hiring party could contribute to, that the independent contractor could contribute to, and they would have a portable benefit plan for either health or retirement or disability or life or other benefits that would move with them as they went from job to job. And it would be 100% tax deductible by the hiring party, and it would also be 100% tax deductible by the independent contractor. That's what it does. It's completely voluntary, 100% voluntary, portable, tax deductible, and Alabama and Tennessee both have this. Legislation's been introduced in Nevada, Florida, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and there are already companies that provide this service. And that's my explanation of the bill, and I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask we go to item 19, House Bill 1137. I call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This bill comes to us from the Certified Public Accountants, the CPA Association. They're asking us to revise the education and experience requirements for licensure for CPAs. CPA candidates will be able to seek licensure after earning a bachelor's degree and completing 2 years of relevant experience. current licensure pathways would remain the same. Currently, to get a CPA license, you can earn a bachelor's degree, you can get an additional 30 hours of education on top of that, and 1 year of relevant experience, or you can get a master's degree and 1 year of relevant experience. And all candidates must still pass the uniform CPA examination. By eliminating barriers such as financial hurdles or time constraints, this bill opens the CPA licensure pathway to a wider, more diverse group of candidates. So all it does, it allows a person with a bachelor's degree in accounting and 2 years of relevant experience to sit for the CPA exam. That's what the bill does, and I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Gentleman from Covington, Chairman of Elections, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 20, House Bill 571, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, under current law, foreign nationals are not able to contribute to candidates or candidates committees. All this bill would do would extend that to ballot measure, state or local, and that is a description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
Yes, sir.
So would this bill prohibit Elon Musk from making campaign contributions?
If he's considered a foreign national under federal law, then yes, it would.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 111 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 21, House Bill 630, called up. Make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize to explain the bill.
Ask that you recognize the gentleman from Smith.
Gentleman from Smith is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 630 amends the Mississippi election law to change who can serve as a poll manager in municipal elections. Specifically, the bill authorizes a qualified elector of a county outside the corporate limits of a municipality with a population of less than 2,000 to be a poll manager for that particular municipality and for a particular election, so long as they're a qualified voter in that county. And basically, that's a explanation of the bill. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 22, House Bill 858, called up. Make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many of you know, I think in maybe 21 or 22, we passed a law that required paper ballots in Mississippi. Paper ballots are fed into the OMR machine. That's what you use on your polling place on Election Day. There is one county that they purchased their equipment a little earlier than the other counties, and their equipment has internet connectivity. This is just requiring them to disable that internet connectivity on Election Day so that none of the election equipment, has that, which if anybody were to get hacked or anything like that, that's the purpose of this bill, but all the election equipment used on Election Day will be disabled from internet connection. It's just a security measure, and that is a description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 23, House Bill 788, called up. Make your usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you've got an amendment, gentlemen. Or?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, need to adopt an amendment. I'll explain the bill first, then we can adopt the amendment. So this comes a lady from Humphreys. She's not here today. But what this would do is if you have someone who goes in to vote on election day and their name is not on the roll, they vote by affidavit ballot. The way the process works now, that ballot only counts if it's later determined that they had registered and their name was just inadvertently left off the roll or something like that. What this bill would say is that affidavit ballot, which contains all of your information, an affidavit under oath that you live at this address, your social security number and all that if you're not registered, that counts as your voter registration so that you don't have to go back and do that process. Or if you've moved to a different precinct, that works as your request to move your voter registration to the new precinct. The amendment that we have, Mr. Speaker, would just have clarifying language, which we had last year in the bill as well, that the affidavit ballot does not count unless it's allowed under current law, but it's only used to update your registration information in SIMS, basically. And that's a description of the amendment, which we need to adopt first.
Questions on Amendment 1? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Go to item number 24, House Bill 908, called up. Make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, as many of you know, in 2020, we passed a law that allowed ballots that are received by mail to count if they are received within 5 days of the election day, as long as they are postmarked on election day. That law is currently on appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, and if the U.S. Supreme Court strikes down our law, it will only be for federal races. That's what it would be on federal race grounds. That doesn't have anything to do with state or local. The elections that we have in November will include both federal and state races. So what this bill says is that if the U.S. Supreme Court strikes down that law as it relates to our federal races, which would be Congress and U.S. Senate, that it also applies to our state and local races, which would be, judges, school boards, whatever's on the ballot in November. The reason for that is if we don't do it this way, you will have ballots potentially that count for some races and don't count for other races, which is going to be extremely confusing and on the resolution board, things like that, and probably not a good policy. So that's the description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Speaker. Gentlemen, you're talking about absentee ballots when they are receipted. Now, what if I know the U.S. Postal Service is changing some of their rules on postmarking ballots and so forth. So we're saying they have to be in on election day. What if they were postmarked in some rural area or municipality of Jackson or wherever, and they don't get there to wherever they're supposed to be in that county on election day? They still would not be counted? What are we saying with that? How does it affect that, if any?
Well, all this bill does, it relates to the Supreme Court decision. So if the Supreme Court upholds our current law, then it would have no effect whatsoever.
Okay.
This bill would not. But if the Supreme Court strikes down our law as to federal races, then this would also apply, the rule would also apply to state and local races too. That's all this bill says. Now, our current law regards the day that is postmarked. So if,
Yes.
if the post office changes how they postmark things, then that would work with our current law statute as it is.
Well, I read where they were trying to do that somewhere with the new Postmaster General in D.C., so I'm just really concerned about what effect with the Supreme Court. I know we're in limbo right now waiting on the ruling, but I'm just trying to see with elections coming up in March, with elections coming up in November, where let's put us. So it looks like the answer is we just don't know, do we?
The answer is we don't know till the U.S. Supreme
Okay.
Court rules. That's right.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With Chairman Yeo.
Yes, sir.
Chairman, I was trying to read over the bill, but I just got one question. Would this apply to all elections or just the elections that are combined with the federal elections?
You mean this is in regard to the November elections, which would be all state, I mean, everybody would be on the same ballot.
Correct. Let's take, for example, assuming that the Supreme Court strike down our law, next year when we run, it's not going to be it's going to be nothing but state. It's not going to be in a federal election.
Right.
So would this new law apply to that election as well?
It would, but I expect after, depending on what the Supreme Court does, we'll address it next year, would be my intention, if we need to.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 89 yeas, 28 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 25, House Bill 907, called up. Make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Ask that you recognize the gentleman from Smith.
Gentleman from Smith, recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 907 is just a technical adjustment to the administrative deadline of 55 days to 60 days for the Mississippi Secretary of State to provide samples of the official ballot to each election commissioner unless the deadline for certifying a primary runoff makes it impossible to meet this deadline. And then in that case, the Secretary of State will provide the ballots as soon as possible. That's an explanation of the bill. Yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Go to item number 26, House Bill 909, called up. Make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've passed this the last 2 years, I think, unanimously or almost unanimously. It's just good policy. In many of your municipalities, your municipal executive committee does not run the election. They give that to the election commissioners to run. And the same thing with county primaries. The primary county executive committee doesn't run the election. They give that to the election commissioners to run because they're generally better trained and better knowledgeable in how to do that. All this would say is that if the executive committee deems that they want to delegate that authority and they're willing to delegate all of the authority to running the election, training the workers, all that, certifying the election, to the county election commissioners, that the county election commissioners or circuit clerk take that. And that's just a recognition that there are some county parties, municipal parties, that are ill-equipped to run elections, and many of them admit that. We don't want to do this. We want the trained professionals to do this. And that's a description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to House Bill, item number 27, House Bill 1240. Call it, make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We will have later on a bill that would do a bill that we've passed a few years previously as well, which would be that absentee votes that are cast in person in the circuit clerk's office would no longer be done on the envelope. They would be fed into the OMR machine just like we all vote on election day. That's a safer, better, more private process, okay? If that goes into effect, then this also needs to go into effect, and we can combine the two bills into one later on. But this would just require that that the OMR machine provides a daily printout of the number of votes, not the how people voted, but the number of votes cast each day on the machine during the absentee voting period, and that's just a security measure, and it would be open to the public so people could see, the first day 15 people voted, the second day 27 people voted, or whatever. That's all this bill does.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Public health? Passes. AET? He passes. Insurance? Gentleman from Prentice, Chairman of Insurance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 32, House Bill 939, and call that up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
The author and gentleman from Rankin will explain the bill.
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 939 is just extending the repealer on the LOSAP program, which is a length of service award program for our volunteer firefighters. And that is my explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Wayne, Mr. Barnett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Will you yield?
Yes, sir.
I remember us putting this program in place, but I just had a quick question. Do you know if the years of service, does it has to be contiguous?
Yes.
Or, okay.
Yeah.
So if it's interrupted, it resets?
Right.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
You got it.
Gentleman from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is Gentleman Yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, this, as other gentlemen stated, this processes, or this LOSAP has been in process, been going on for a while. When are we going to start seeing some monetary checks being written to those that
Well,
deserve
now
it?
this is for like a retirement.
Right, that's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. Has any kind of funds been distributed at this point?
We are still working on that.
That's what every time I ask about it, that's what I'm told.
Okay.
I'm just curious as to if
Yeah.
you knew an update on it. But
Okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You got it.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any idea where the roadblock was at in getting this thing started? Well, I understand the question previous to me was saying there's been nothing pushed out to our volunteer firemen. Do you know where the roadblock is?
I don't. I do not, no.
So you're not at liberty, obviously, but we know where it stopped at.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item number 33, House Bill 430. Call it up and make the usual motion, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the junior gentleman from Prentice to explain the bill.
Junior gentleman from Prentice is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 430 is going to change our health insurance rules in Mississippi. Our group health plans, individual health insurance policies are going to cover clinical genetic testing and inherit gene mutations. This is one of our Cancer Society bills, and actually what it'll do is allow these tests to identify people that are more so acceptable to have cancer, and also identify the treatments that would best serve that individual as a patient. That's the explanation of the bill, and there's also no cost to the person. It's going to be like part of our wellness portion of the insurance policy. That's the explanation, Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. For the bill, vote aye. Opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item number 34, House Bill 724. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Recognize the gentleman from Jefferson to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Jefferson is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does is, currently the law allows an exemption for agents who have been selling insurance for 25 years. It exempts them from continuing education units. Now, what this bill would do is it will allow the agents to do a one-time affidavit, and they would be stored with the Commissioner of Insurance, and they won't have to reapply year after year after year. That's all this bill does. That's the explanation of the bill. Are you up for any questions?
Questions on the bill? Your desk mate's got some major questions for you, gentlemen. Do you yield?
I yield.
Gentleman from Washington, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
I yield.
Is this a lawyer's bill?
Not at all. It's an insurance agent's bill.
So no lawyers had nothing to do with this piece of legislation?
Well, our fine lawyers drafted the bill. Our fine lawyers here at the legal
Thank you,
staff.
gentlemen.
Gentleman from Tunica, Mr. Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
I yield.
Just say if I was an insurance agent and I'm at 19 years.
Speak up a little bit.
If I'm an insurance agent and I'm at 19 years.
Okay.
All right. When I get into the 20th year, would I automatically be, I guess, grandfathered in as well?
After 25 years, you're exempted from continuing education units.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
well, I'm sorry. If I'm at the 24th year. All right, next year will be my 25th.
You would have to do an application, one-time application.
So I would qualify in the 25th.
That would settle you in forever. You don't have to worry about reapplying.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter. He passes. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
If the gentleman will yield.
I yield.
Okay, did the committee consider perhaps imposing an age limitation as opposed to that period of experience?
That's a good idea, gentlemen, but that's not in this bill.
It's not in the bill?
Only years.
Okay, but you all didn't even give it into consideration?
We didn't even entertain it in committee, no, sir.
Because I believe for lawyers, do you know the requirements for lawyers with respect to continuing legal education?
You know, I haven't really had the opportunity to think about that.
Okay.
I really don't.
What
is the requirement? I should know.
Oh, no. At a certain age, and I believe it's 70, lawyers don't have to do CLE anymore. You did a great job.
I can't wait till I get there.
Thank you, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. And I guess I should inform the body that the chair has been informed by the gentleman from Grenada to the gentleman from Washington's question about, is this a lawyer bill? He wanted the gentleman from Washington and the entire body to know that they're all lawyer bills, gentlemen. Except adjourning memories, he said. So just take notice of that as we take up these insurance bills. Gentlemen, you're recognized for your next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 35, House Bill 1019. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Rankin to explain a real lawyer's bill.
All right, we will do exactly that. Gentleman from Rankin, you're recognized.
This is a lawyer bill. This was requested to us by the Mississippi Bar Association. House Bill 1019, Association Self-Funded Health Benefit Plan Coverage Act. The Mississippi Bar Association wants to participate in a multi-employer welfare arrangement with the Texas Bar Association, which has 130,000 members. Arkansas Bar members have already partnered with them. But it also works for any type of association, whether it's plumbers or realtors or any other association. House Bill 1019 authorizes a professional or trade organization in Mississippi to purchase hospital, surgical, and medical expense benefit coverage from a self-funded association plan subject to the jurisdiction of another state, department, or federal government. House Bill 1019 exempts such plans subject to the jurisdiction of another state or federal government from the insurance laws of this state and regulation of the Department of Insurance upon demonstrating to the Commissioner of Insurance that certain requirements have been met. House Bill 1019 requires written notice to be provided to plan participants and prospective purchasers that the plan is not regulated by Mississippi law. It authorizes the Commissioner to retain professionals to assist in reviewing a plan's request to be exempt from state insurance laws and regs, and it requires such plans to designate the Commissioner as its agent for service of process in Mississippi. So that's what it does. It lets associations in Mississippi participate in benefit plans that are subject to the laws of another state, like the Mississippi Bar wanting to pool with the risk pool with the Texas Bar and the Arkansas Bar. That's what the bill does. I'm happy to yield for questions. If there are none, I move final passage.
Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, yield.
I do.
Gentlemen, is there any language in this bill that allows undertakers to get into the same health care coverage plan that our learned attorneys are in, or is this restricted just to our learned attorneys?
Well, gentlemen, is there an Undertakers Association in Mississippi?
Yes, but I'm sure they don't get the same health coverage that these attorneys get.
Well, if you could try to partner with the Undertakers Association of another state, and you could be subject to the jurisdiction of the laws of that state if that's where it originated.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Absolutely.
Gentleman from Green, Mr. Birch.
Gentleman, yield.
I'm going to yield. All lawyers want to ask me a question.
These will be friendly questions. I
all
was
say.
looking at the bill. I noticed it does include a non-exhaustive list of physicians, dentists, accountants, lawyers. I know the intent is to provide coverage for multiple professions. It does say that the professionals that are involved in the associations have to be self-employed. Does that exclude individuals who may be a part of the association but maybe have already retired?
I think people who are part of the association, whether they're retired or not, can participate if they choose to participate.
So that
they could also choose to participate with Medicare or whatever if they're retired or retirement age. But as long as they're members of that association, that coverage will be provided through this what they call a multi-employer welfare arrangement.
So the fact that it says it says that they are individual members who are self-employed, it doesn't that self-employed does not mean they have to just work for themselves. That's on line number 49 and on line number 55.
Hang on just a second. I guess the owners of the law firm would be considered self-employed. You know, many people who work for a big law firm, that law firm is going to provide, you know, coverage. They're probably self-funded themselves. People that are members of the bar who probably don't have access to the kind of coverage and the kind of risk pool that could be provided by the numbers involved would be more likely to participate in a program like this. It's the smaller law firms that need help, is what they're saying.
I understand that, and I was concerned a little more with the number of associations we have in Mississippi. I know we have a firefighters association, so I was wondering if my volunteer firemen back home, maybe they're not self-employed, but they're members of an association, and maybe they could be a part of this and maybe get coverage through that association.
So yes, they would have to partner with the same type association in another state. That's right.
Understand.
That's right.
Thank you.
Yep, that's right.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 36, House Bill 1170, Committee Sub. Called it up in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman further moves that the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're on the committee sub. You're recognized to explain it.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Warren to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Warren is recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our Rate Bureau bill. It's designed to help us lower rates throughout the state of Mississippi. We're going to do 4 things. We're going to make them create rules and regulations for all available water sources. We're also going to create a right of first refusal for all the trucks that they sell. So if they want to sell a truck in Arkansas for $20,000, they have to give that right to another fire district in the state of Mississippi before they sell it. The other one is we're going to extend the mileage for the fire stations from 5 miles to 7.5 miles. And the 4th thing that we're going to do is we're going to say that they have to take the rating of the fire district through the Fire Rating Bureau. So if it's a 6 right now, they can't come in and rate it as an 8. They have to rate it as a 6. That's my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Insurance yields. Chairman of Agriculture, you are recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 37, House Bill 933. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the 3rd time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lincoln to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lincoln is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 933 is dealing with the Livestock Theft Bureau agents. What we have going on is they're the only law enforcement agency that when they retire or have a disability or something but have to leave office, they are not able to take their firearm that's issued to them by their agency with them. So this brings them in line with the other law enforcement agencies in the state. And that's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Hey, gentlemen, also, if they get killed, do their firearm go to their family members as the other law enforcement?
It is. I'm told that's just for MHP officers.
Okay.
Something to check into, though. Thank you.
Please do.
All right.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 38, House Bill 1153. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield to the junior gentleman from Lamar to handle the bill.
Junior gentleman from Lamar is recognized to explain the bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1153 comes to us from the request of the Mississippi Department of Agriculture and Commerce. It's to address a bill that we passed almost unanimously. There was one nay vote last year, House Bill 913, addressing addressing technical amendments in for labeling requirements and enforcement action as part of that HB 913, which addresses non-cell made milk products and also non-meat products. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill?
Question.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you, gentlemen. What did you say? What was that phrase, that term you used a minute ago? Non-cell what?
Milk products.
What is that exactly?
It's basically a man-made milk product instead of a God-made milk product.
So it doesn't come from a cow?
Sir? It's taking a mammary cell into a micro generator to produce it.
So it doesn't come from a cow or a goat?
That's right.
Okay. I know the chairman's behind you. Would he be opposed to an amendment that legalized the sale and consumption of real raw cow milk?
Say that again, gentlemen.
Would he be opposed to an amendment that lets us purchase actual real milk instead of this man-made non-God milk?
No, sir.
Okay, just asking.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
You said the Department of Agriculture asked for this?
Yes, sir.
The Agriculture Commissioner?
The Mississippi Department of Agriculture, yes,
that
sir.
guy, he asked for this? He
Sir?
asked for this?
Yes.
He asked for this legislation. All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Is there any labeling requirement in this bill? I don't have my computer with me.
Yes, sir, it is.
There's a labeling requirement?
Yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this. We passed a bill prohibiting lab-grown meat in Mississippi, didn't we?
Yes, sir.
But now, would you believe I tell you that they're selling that stuff here in Mississippi in these hamburger joints?
Well, I would say that this is to help with, because this has got an enforcement side to it.
But who regulates that? I'm talking about this stuff goes on as we speak. It goes on. I'll bring you one of those sandwiches one of these days.
I don't know if I want to eat that, sir.
But it's in Mississippi though. But I thought we had put in regulations that we couldn't sell lab-grown meat products in this state.
I believe that was not House Bill 913, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Well, nobody's enforcing that.
Well, no. Yeah, this is what they're trying to do is to help the enforcement of it.
You're trying to help, but we're not doing nothing with it.
I would say report that where you know it's happening. All right. And we'll maybe report where you know it's coming from too. So you got to help them help you.
Lady from the Hines, Miss Yates.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I hate to admit it, but I have not read this bill, so I'm going to have to trust you when you answer these questions. What does this do to things like almond milk and soy milk and things that are not milk from cows but are not man-made?
It doesn't do anything to it.
So almond milk, soy milk, all those things are still allowed?
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 39, House Bill 1647. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir. This establishes the Mississippi Grain Indemnity Trust Fund. The purpose of this is to cover losses of failure of licensed grain dealers and warehouse operators. It clarifies uniform processing of claims, payment, and oversight when a grain buyer or warehouse fails. It covers Mississippi producers of corn, soybean, and wheat. It covers loss related to contract sales and grain storage. It is a voluntary program. Producers can just participate voluntarily. The rate of assessments will be 0.2% of the price of all marketing grain. The assessment will stop when the fund reaches $25 million, and if there's a loss, it will restart when the balance falls below this $25 million. It forms a Grain Indemnity Trust Fund Board appointed by the Governor, Lieutenant Governor, Speaker of the House, and chaired by the Commissioner of Agriculture. That's the explanation of the bill, sir. Yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, you yield for a friendly question.
Yes, sir.
Did I understand you correctly to say that the participants in the program, being the farmers, will actually, like a special fund, they'll actually create the funds in this?
That is correct.
If they choose to participate in it?
If they choose to participate, they're not required. It is a voluntary program.
And there are no state dollars in this program?
No, sir.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Lady from Madison, Chairman of Technology, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up item number 40, House Bill 1723, and make the usual motions.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize, lady, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is to establish a clear, uniform definition of artificial intelligence in Mississippi, and it does not regulate, restrict, or mandate anything. It just provides clarity. That is a definition of the bill, Mr. Speaker. I yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Green, Mr. Birch.
Mr. Speaker, I have an introduction at the proper time.
All right, I'll get right to you. Questions on the bill. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Why are we defining it if we're not going to regulate it? Is the reason to I mean, I'm just curious as to why
For future law, for us to codify this in law like the federal government did, we're going to use this definition for to establish a baseline for future passing of any AI legislation.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. Does the gentlelady yield?
Absolutely.
Where did this definition come from? Who developed it?
It came from the bill that we had establishing our artificial intelligence task force, and then after we established the task force this past summer, we met several times and came up with we actually looked at other states, and then we came back to the original definition that we had. We felt like our original definition was just as good or better than their states.
Now, artificial intelligence is new and ever evolving. Is there some concern that maybe we are getting ahead of ourselves as a state defining it before it's fully defined itself?
Absolutely not. We feel like we need to define it. We can go back and we can tweak it in the future, but today I think it's definitely a necessary that we codify this into law.
Now, I know the federal Congress and the White House have signed executive orders or passed legislation kind of trying to reel states in from getting into the artificial intelligence business.
Absolutely.
Would this conflict with anything that the White House or Congress has passed in the last couple of months?
No, that's a great question. No, it would not conflict. They have given us exactly what we can and cannot do, and so this is underneath the realm of us defining it is something that they would not have an issue with. We can also help protect our children, which I feel like is going to happen in the near future as well.
Okay, thank you, lady.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Lady Yield.
Yes, sir.
Lady, a follow-up on the gentleman from Pearl River's query. He asked you who provided the definition. You said y'all ended up using the definition that you had when the commission was first met.
Yes, sir.
Who provided y'all with that definition?
That's a good question. I would assume our legal staff did. It's under the federal policy that was initially adopted by the federal government.
So you're adopting the definition that was provided to you by the federal government?
I believe that's what he said, yes, sir. And our committee used that this summer. We researched other states and we came back to that one. So yes, sir, that's right.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, will you yield?
Absolutely.
Just real briefly, kind of in the same vein as the gentleman from Pearl River, you don't think this is premature?
I do not.
What about did the committee explore the potential impact this could have on businesses coming into this state?
Absolutely.
And you don't find that could be problematic?
Not at all. I'm having dinner with 5 of them tonight. They're very complimentary of this.
Did they help you with the definition?
I'm sorry.
Did they help you with the definition?
They did not. 2 of them sit on our task force of the ones that we'll be visiting with tonight, and they agreed with it as well.
Okay. Thanks, lady.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, lady. You move final passage?
Move for final passage, yes,
She
sir.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Technology yields the floor.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 87 yeas, 22 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask that, with unanimous consent, I'd like to go back to item 15 that we passed earlier, House Bill 346, and call it up and make the usual motion.
Is there objection? All right, we will do that, gentlemen. Give us just a minute. Get back there.
Item 15, House Bill 346.
All right, we're there. You make the usual motion?
I do.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You recognize to explain the bill,
I
gentlemen.
recognize the gentleman from Lauderdale to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Lauderdale is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 346. This is our bill that revises the Mississippi architect licensing laws to authorize multidisciplinary firms to include architects, landscape architects, engineers, as long as one active member or stockholder of the firm holds a practice of architecture in the state of Mississippi. Mainly, this just allows them to go into business if they choose to do so, and I do have a letter of support from the Mississippi Board of Architecture. That's the explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
You said you had a letter of support from the Board of Architecture, but do you have one for the Board of Engineering?
I don't.
Have they been consulted and
They
are they
have.
on board? They're on
Yes.
board. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
So back on track now, I'd ask that we go to item 41, House Bill number 891, and I make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
This bill requires an employer to provide a written earnings statement upon an employee's written request. It can be delivered by certified mail, hand-delivered, or email. Must provide it within 21 days after receiving the written request. The bill specifies the information that must be included in the written earnings statement: name, rate of pay, total amount of pay within the pay period, deductions, purpose of the deductions, total number of hours worked. An earnings statement may be provided in any written form determined by the employer. This bill also requires the Attorney General to provide information on its website regarding an employee's right to request a written earnings statement and to file a complaint against an employer who fails to provide such a statement. It also imposes a $750 fine on any employer who violates this act. The Attorney General enforces the fine. And that's what the bill does. Happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
So what's the purpose of this?
So like when someone probably is trying to file workers' comp and they need to get a written earnings statement from their employer in order to determine how much money they're going to get, sometimes it's hard for the employee to get a written earnings statement from their employer. And this bill would provide a process to make that happen.
So this is strictly for the employee?
That's right.
So no one else can call or request this information other than the employee?
The employee.
So can the employee's lawyer do that?
Someone representing the employee, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, go to item 42. I'll call up House Bill number 895, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I see you
Mr.
got
Speaker, we have a committee sub. I'd like to look at that in lieu of the original bill.
Yes, sir. Gentleman moves that committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
This bill, House Bill 895, committee sub, deals with medical cannabis, and it extends the validity period of a practitioner's written certification from 12 months to 24 months. House Bill 895 eliminates the word mandatory with regard to the 6-month follow-up visits. Added language that says practitioner may, at his or her discretion, request or require a follow-up evaluation. Just removing the term mandatory, the practitioner still can require the patient to come back as often as necessary. It moves the validity period of a resident designated caregiver to 5 years, the same as a dispensary worker. These are folks who are caring for someone who is not able to come to the dispensary themselves. Currently, they've already had a background check, and they're having to get a card every year where the background is lasting a lot longer than the card, and this makes it consistent. And finally, it removes the THC cap on tinctures, oils, and concentrates, line 278. If you'll remember, when we originally passed this bill 4 years ago, there was a 30% THC cap on marijuana flower, and there was a 60% cap on concentrates. 30% is high enough, no pun intended. I haven't seen any cannabis flower higher than 30% in any other state dispensary that I have been in. Concentrates deal with oils and ointments and creams, and removing the THC content on that makes sense because no other state has any type of THC cap on concentrates. The ones that did have it have already removed it: Louisiana, Florida, Minnesota, New York, Utah. The goal is to incentivize patients away from smoking cannabis flower. Patients who need a higher dosage to achieve effective pain relief are forced to purchase or consume more cannabis as a result of THC limits. Practitioners still maintain discretion to limit patients through restricting types and forms of cannabis. Over 65 to 70% of purchases by the Mississippi Medical Cannabis Program patients remains smokable flower. I think by removing THC limits on concentrate products, patients should be more likely to try alternatives to flower, moving away from smoking. And when we think about a recreational program, we think about smoking and moving it to ointments and creams having a higher potency. There's only so much, if your knee hurts, there's only so much Bengay you can slap on your knee. And so this is a good way to do that. That's my explanation of the committee sub, and I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. He passes. All right, I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move passage, adoption of the committee sub.
All right, okay.
And I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 96 yeas, 11 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Green, Mr. Birch, had an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to direct your attention to the North Gallery, introduce my friend and former member of the House of Representatives, Mr. Ron McNeil. Make him welcome.
Welcome, sir. Good to have you here today. You can come down here and mingle with us. We won't. You'll probably still get it all over you, but you're welcome. It's good to see you and good to have you here. Gentlemen, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 43, House Bill number 1641. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like to recognize the gentleman from Jackson to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Jackson is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1641 simply modifies the rules and regulations for real estate licenses. It also aids the Mississippi Real Estate Commission in allowing for electronic notifications for license renewals, saving nearly $40,000 in mailing expense. The Mississippi license law has been altered by rules and regulations piecemeal over years, and this bill will clarify that and set things up as it should be for modern day business. Explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker. Yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Go to item number 44, House Bill 1656, and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You recognize, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
House Bill 1656 addresses a problem caused by an agreement made by the National Association of Realtors as a result of a lawsuit in another state, causing realtors to enter into written agreements to show buyers property. The Mississippi's buyers market has rejected this requirement, caused a hardship on licensees and the buying public. The NAR agreement allows for state law to take precedence over the NAR agreement. Therefore, this legislation clarifies a written agreement takes place prior to writing an offer to purchase rather than prior to showing, and thus satisfying all parties. If there's no questions, move final passage.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
Okay, I'm familiar with the lawsuit on the national level through the National Association of Realtors. Is there federal legislation or regulations in the place, or are we solely going by the National Association of Realtors lawsuit and establishing this?
I believe it's just the association's lawsuit.
Okay, so there's no federal,
Not that I'm aware of. Our law would not impact federal law.
Okay, so this will require buyer agency agreements to be completed in lieu of all of the other state forms?
What it will do is, instead of having to do an agency agreement prior to showing property, you will enter into that agreement prior to writing a contract. Currently, as realtors, we're required to enter into an agreement prior to showing property.
So now you can show a property without entering into an agreement. You only have to enter into it at the time you're about to make an offer.
Correct.
Thank you, gentlemen.
All right, I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 45, House Bill number 1719. Call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, we have a committee sub to consider in lieu of the original bill.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub to be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a Prevention Strategies on Financial Fraud Study Committee, and the committee sub just contains more people that were added to the study committee, and I'll let you know what it is. For an act to create a study committee to study prevention strategies on financial fraud and other related scams, to improve investor education, recommend certain solutions, and for related purposes. There are 11 members of the committee, 1 member of the Senate or designee appointed by the Lieutenant Governor, 1 member of the House or designee appointed by the Speaker, Secretary of State or designee, the Attorney General or designee, the Commissioner of the Department of Banking and Consumer Finance or a designee. Executive Director of the Department of Human Services or a designee, the Commissioner of the Insurance Department or a designee, Superintendent of Education or a designee, the Executive Director of the Veterans Affairs Office or a designee, the Executive Director of Mississippi Department of Information and Technology Services or a designee, and the State Auditor or a designee. And they would meet for 1 year. This will be dissolved January 1st of next year, and they would report to us the solutions they find to try and prevent financial fraud going on in state government. That's an explanation of the bill. I'm happy to yield for questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right, we're down to item 46, Chairman of Universities and Colleges. Yes, sir. I recognize the gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we ask that items 46 through 49 retain its place on the calendar.
There's no objection. We will do that. Hearing none, we will follow that procedure. That brings us to item 50. It'll be our last bill of the morning. We will break for lunch after this. I will recognize the lady from Lincoln. We're down to item 50, I believe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up House Bill 1120 and ask for the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady. Explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce a gentleman from Newton to present the bill.
Gentleman from Newton is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to explain this. This bill that's before you, House Bill 1120, is dealing with the Mississippi Department of Corrections. And it's a daggum shame that I'm up here even explaining this bill or having to introduce this bill. But after 2 years prior to now, we've made no headway in getting a bill that they owe a town that's in my district, a small town that owns the public gas utility there, and they provide the natural gas to the Department of Corrections at one of their facilities. And it was a billing error on the calibration of the gas meters that caused all this. So it's not all the Department of Corrections' fault. It's not all the town of Walnut Grove's fault. There was a calibration error in the meters, and it took them a while to figure out where all their gas was going, and they found out that this meter at the Department of Corrections was not working properly. Well, if you're familiar with utilities and water and all that stuff, the town can't forgive the debt, and secondly, they can't afford to forgive the debt. This is a very small town, very small population. Make a long story short, they've for several years been trying to get the back money that's owed to them from the Department of Corrections. The Department of Corrections has said, we'll pay it, we're going to pay it, we're going to pay it. They just don't ever seem to do it. So I had to introduce this bill to mandate the Department of Corrections to pay the bill that they owe a town in my district to the sum of $569,212.02. The Department of Corrections budget's bordering on $500 million, folks. This isn't going to wipe them out. It's certainly a lot more strain on the town that's having to do without these funds. I've also put in here that if those funds are not paid, or this bill is not paid in 365 days from the time this passes, that the commissioner's salary will be held until which time the bill is paid. So, you know, we got to do our job. We as state government, as far as I'm concerned, have an obligation to pay our bills. And that's what this bill does. It just mandates the Department of Corrections to pay a dadgum bill that they owe to a town in my district. And I'll entertain any questions.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. If you favor paying the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. All right, Any announcements before we break for lunch? Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Lincoln, Mr. Mango.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've been asked to remind everyone that the Mississippi Egg Marketing Board is across the street at Galloway United Methodist Church for the Make Your Own Omelet Lunch. It started at 11:30, so they'll be there when we get there.
Gentleman, the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey, was wanting some goat's milk earlier. They got that over there? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request?
State your request.
I'd like to hold item number 37 and 38 on the motion to reconsider.
All right, please notify the chairman.
Thank you.
Hold those. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Powell.
Speaker, I've been asked to remind everybody, I think everybody knows, but the co-op's cookout for this evening has been canceled. They will reschedule it at a later date.
Co-op gathering for this evening has been canceled. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Rankin, Mr. Shanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to call a rules meeting for 1:30.
There'll be a rules meeting at 1:30. Rules meeting at 1:30. All right. I don't see any. Madam Clerk, any announcements? All right. All right. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand in recess until 2 p.m.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand in recess until 2 p.m. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand in recess until 2 p.m. You want to explain that amendment?
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment is some cleanup language, and I'll just kind of go through this real quick. We've added our occupational therapists to this to make certain that they're going to receive the pay increase as well that work for our school districts. It also has, and that is amend after line 252 and inserting the following for occupational therapists who've met the requirements to receive that particular portion of the pay increase. Also, further amend on line 258, inserting a comma with the occupational therapist or school psychologist included. Further amend on line 2635 through 2636, striking this part is fixing the amount of the formula change. It actually will be $7,481.68. Okay. That was what was there. It's actually going to $7,447.37, which is a little bit lower than what our original amount was, but that is based on this going through our accountants and making sure we were straight on the actual number. It further amends in lines 1,000, let's see, section 138 of 37939 of the code. It says, amend as follows: that all school districts shall process a single monthly or bi-monthly payroll in the discretion of the local school board, consistent with the provisions of section 37-151-103, and it deletes except for December, when the salaries or wages shall be paid by the last working day. The reason we're fixing that, so that when your teachers ask you in January, there's been a time where teachers have not been paid for 6 weeks or longer. This fixes this. I think the lady from Hines had brought this to me early on, and she was good enough to explain what she saw as a problem. We started checking into it. Sure enough, there was a problem. So we've deleted language in there that allows school districts to make certain that these teachers are getting paid on a regular basis. This has been a serious problem for our teachers in general. That's the reason we plugged that in. And that's the explanation of the amendment.
Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans. Question on the amendment, or you on on the bill? I got you. All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the gentleman's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are recognized to explain the bill. Do you have further amendment?
That's the only amendment that I have.
All right. You are recognized now to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that we allow the gentleman from Pearl River to explain a portion of the bill, and then I will return after he's finished.
All right. Gentleman from Pearl River.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, please. Thank you. In addition to the pay raise that the gentleman will get into in great detail here shortly, this bill also includes additional portions added in committee. Particularly, it changes the PERS eligibility for our state employees across the board and our first responders. The bill reflects 30 years to retire for all state employees, as opposed to the 35 years that was passed under HB 1 in Tier 5 last year. So we're bringing it back down from 35 to 30 years. We're also bringing it back to the 4-year, the high 4 average, as opposed to the 8-year average that was passed under Tier 5. It also brings the age of retirement down to 60 as opposed to 62. For law enforcement and other first responders working for the state, we're giving them additional credit under the new tier, which would allow them to retire at 25 years of service if they're engaged in the first responder career or law enforcement career throughout the entirety of that 25-year period. There is also a particular note in this bill, and something that we've heard throughout the state in recent years, is the increase in administrative spending and the worry that our monies that we are sending to school districts are not going into the classroom. So what this bill provides is a salary cap for district superintendents. The salary cap is tied to the teacher pay scale and the local supplements paid to the teachers. So if you are a superintendent, your salary will be paid pursuant to that teacher pay scale. You will look at that superintendent's years of service, their certifications, and their education, and their local supplement added to those teachers that are being paid in like experience and education, and that superintendent would be limited at 250% of that salary. So if a superintendent intends to make above that cap, the superintendent would have to, one, teachers would have to get a raise from the state, or two, the superintendent and the district can increase the local supplement for their teachers. The goal here being that we want to incentivize more local investment into teacher salaries, not just state investment. That is an explanation of those provisions of the bill, and I will yield to the chairman to continue forward with the explanation and then be here for any questions once they arise. Thank you.
Gentleman from Oktibbeha, you have further.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the part that we really want to know about in terms of our teachers, this provides a $5,000 across-the-board pay increase for all of our teachers, K through 12. Additionally, we have a $3,000 salary increase for special ed teachers. And let me be clear about this. Just because you have a degree in special ed, that doesn't mean you're going to get this. It means that if you're teaching special ed, you're going to get this. So instead of this being a pay increase of $3,000, it's $3,000 plus the $5,000. To me, that was very important. This is a critical need that we have out in our schools. And I don't know, some of you may have actually gone to school and seen some of the things that these teachers do. This addition is to hopefully pull these teachers into the classroom for these special kids and give this teacher the additional amount that frankly, she earns every nickel of it. So that's a part of what we're trying to do here. That would be actually an $8,000 increase if you add the 5 and the 3 together. The bill requires that as we move through this, we also have brought forward the section 3721.7 for assistant teachers pay salary. There's no change in it right now, but if you'll remember, we had a $3,000 increase on that. That is still the House position to try to get that. It's not in this bill, but we're going to continue pushing forward to try to get that part as well. The bill further has the funding formula changes in there. We have gone from a previous amount of $7,000, it's $7,447.37 is what it's going to. That is an increase, not a decrease, an increase because of the increase that we're given across the board as far as these teachers' salaries. Also, we're addressing the SAO issue. The last couple of years we've been having discussions about whether or not these resource officers are in our schools. Should they be under MDE? Should they be local control? We're keeping it under MDE. However, we're taking this and we're changing this into kind of the culture with this to allow them to be coaches for attendance and make a positive dynamic instead of a negative, whereas it has a punitive effect. We're asking these people to stand in and try to help being encouraging, reaching out to the families more. They also have a starting salary of $32,000, which is an increase that was badly needed to keep and get good people to do this job. That's an important factoring into making certain that our kids are actually staying in school, and there for the right reasons, and hopefully having some outreach that we're able to do on that portion of it. It does actually have a tier in there and caps this after 30 years they can pay up to $60,000. So this is an increase as they are staying with us. That wasn't in the language before, so hopefully this will help us retain these people. Lastly, this establishes a performance condition supplement funding for DNF districts. The State Department of Education will have a program known as the District Improvement and Teacher Stabilization Supplement Fund. The purpose of this is to go to these DNF districts, and right now what we have is a situation where a lot of these schools, especially in the DNF category, have a lot of teachers that are they're not there permanently. They're teachers that are coming in, and basically they're not able to get over a hump where we're actually hiring teachers long term and letting them commit to being teachers in there. Some of these people are not even capable of doing some of the jobs that they're being asked to do. So we're giving the MDE, was it $18 million to go in here to these DNF districts and help supplement these and help them figure these problems out in these DNF districts. That was very important to the body. As I've talked to many of you, y'all have said, how do we fix these DNF districts? I'm not going to stand up here and tell you that this is going to fix them. What I'm going to tell you is it's going to be a part of the fix. This is what we're going to do to start this process. This is one-time money. We'll have to come back next year, and if we want to continue this program, we'll have to keep funding it. If this is working, we're going to continue doing it. But MDE will have the authority to go in here into these school districts, and they're going to pick these school districts. These are school districts that are on the verge of doing or could do better, and hopefully this money will be available to these school districts to be able to get them over the hump, get them going in the right direction. But that's basically what this bill does. This is an answer to some of the questions that we've been talking about for a long time to try to help these districts. Hopefully this is going to be an answer to allowing us to get to a point where we're paying our teachers better than we have. I think that this puts us at the top of the list in terms of what we're paying teachers, and frankly this is at the starting salary. This puts us at the top of the list of starting salaries. But let me be very clear, this is a moving target. Every time we do a pay increase, other states do a pay increase too. So we're going to have to stay on top of this and keep watching it and make certain that every year we look at these things and make sure that we're trying to stay on top of this. So that's what this bill does for the time being, and hopefully we're able to continue looking this over the next few years. But that's my explanation of what this bill does. And I'd be happy to try to answer any questions if you have any.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lawrence, Mr. Evans.
Thank you, Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Simple question. Everything I've heard you tell as your explanation for this and the other gentleman is fantastic. I'm for all of them. My question is, and I have to ask this question on every education bill that comes through here, are there any vouchers / other school choice provisions in this bill?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question. I got a small housekeeping issue. Just for, you said supplemental calendar, which is fine, but some people are getting it mixed up. I would just like to tell people.
It's not supplemental. It's a new calendar that's put on your desk after rules met at 1:30 and shuffled the calendar.
And that's not a problem. We getting mixed up. So the new calendar starts with House Bill. The first one is 351, just so people won't get it mixed up.
And just to note, that new calendar should have at the top of it, the motion to reconsider should be the first thing at the top.
I mean, 9:33, yeah, you're right, thank you. I just
So,
want people
so
to know.
if you're not looking at a calendar that has that, then that's the one from this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I
Thank
got
you
a
for
question.
straightening me out. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. You're
Thank you.
recognized for your question.
So, thank you, gentlemen. You know, the last time you were up there, I was kind of giving you a hard time, but I hope, you know, you're still my friend.
Thank you.
So I
Always.
have to say that you got a good bill here, and I appreciate you bringing this out.
Yes, sir.
The starting salary average starting salary for Mississippi is $42,000 a year.
Yes, sir.
This would take us off the bottom if we do this, because we're 50th right now.
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate that. But I think the most important thing, and I want to make sure we understand this, we used to have I can't think of the name of it, the lady reminded me of it, but we used to have a provision in the old formula where we would take care of DNF schools, and you're restoring that with this provision because we recognize, if I may ask, we recognize that funding is most of the time is the biggest problem. Am I right?
Sometimes funding is part of the problem. Sometimes it's leadership. I mean, there's multiple.
Absolutely,
as you know.
absolutely. But money oftentimes solves a lot of problems. And so in this situation, am I right, it's 14 million?
18.
18 million, okay. And that will go to DNF schools.
This is not hold harmless money. Let me be very, very clear.
That's what it used to be, hold
Yes, sir.
harmless money.
Yes, sir.
But it essentially does some of the same things.
Yes, sir. The intent is for MDE to be able to go in here and help these school districts and hopefully try to find either some leadership issues, if it's a teaching issue, whatever those issues are, we're hopefully putting in place something to give some funding to help make some of that happen. So to
Okay,
your point.
and right now, we don't have that in the law right now.
No, sir, this is new.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
I like the work you've done on this bill. I like the idea that this House is looking to take care of our educators. But I have a couple of questions. This teacher pay raise, is it for all levels, like teachers or their assistants and college staff, or is it just for teachers?
This is just for teachers. This particular bill is just for teachers. Yes, sir.
Was there any considerations for the teacher assistants?
There's going to be consideration as we move forward. Right now, the way this stands, and frankly, making certain that we're staying within some budget constraints, we're going to continue looking at that and making certain. I am committed to making sure that these assistant teachers get a pay raise as well.
Right. Want to make sure that we send a strong message to them that we value their work as well.
Yes, sir.
As well.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask this question now. The Senate passed a bill early in the session for 2,000, and I see ours is 5,000. How do we arrive at that number?
The bottom line is that we kind of work backwards. We looked at the budget, what we have in general, and we're using quite a bit of what we have available for this. So this is the top priority for us to try to get a teacher pay increase, and we're trying to reach that number as best we can.
So with this raise, if this becomes law, this would put an additional, let's say, about $400 a month onto their salaries. That's before taxes. So when you break that down, Chairman, you're looking at less than $300 maybe a month. Is that really going to benefit our teachers?
Gentlemen, I would tell you that most of our teachers would appreciate as much as we could give them. I will commit to you that we'll never pay the good teachers what they're worth. I mean, this is the reality that we have when we have a budget. This is as much as we could come up with today. I'll commit to you in the future we're going to continue looking at this and trying to keep up with it. But good teachers are priceless, and I think that this body understands that and knows that.
Chairman, how much is it costing the state for this raise?
Make sure I get this right. 260 million. For the raise portion of this is about 225
I'm sorry, I can't
million.
hear you, Mr.
About 225 million.
And we're saying this year that's the best that we can do.
Yes, sir.
And you give me your word that we're going to come back. Now, are we going to look at this again next year? Possibly.
We look at this every year whenever we come in for education to see what we can do. I'm not going to tell you that there'll be another pay raise next year. I don't know. Next year's next year, but we always look at this. It's always something that's on my mind. It's always something that's on a lot of our minds to make certain that we're keeping up with this. I don't want Mississippi teachers to be on the bottom of any list. So we have to continue looking at it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just want to tell you that I did get a call from numerous of teachers this morning who are very excited about this, and I want to say kudos to you and the Vice Chairman for this work. And I want to let you know, too, that I'm proud to serve on the Education Committee to do the right things for our teachers. This is a start. It's not an answer to all our problems, but it's a start.
Yes,
so
sir.
I just want to say, hey, thank you, and let's continue to work forward.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, I may have just not heard, but one of your previous interrogators was asking about teachers' assistants. I know the title of the bill says assistant teachers, but there is not a teacher's assistant pay raise in this?
There's no teacher's assistant pay raise in this.
Are we going to do something for them? Because if anybody needs a raise, I think it's them.
If you'll remember, our previous bill that we had went from 17 to 20,000. That is still the House position to be in that position. As this moves forward through the process, we're going to continue moving forward and try to make that happen.
Okay, thank you.
But we do have the code section in here so that we can have that conversation.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I think we're going to have the Sergeant at Arms for the gentleman from
I thought you were going somewhere, lady, when you got it.
I was looking for the Sergeant at Arms, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman, if you could go, but let me ask you this. Over in 11,000 somewhere in this bill, I think it's sections 129, 130. You all have created some kind of office of student success and graduation and some kind of office of student participation, and y'all have escalated positions, 10 or 12 positions. In all of this goobly glop that you have in here, do these people intervene when a child is absent the first day?
Lady, this is language. The name was changed, but this is language that's always been there.
And that's what I was going to get to,
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman. In this existing language, does the previous whatever it was through the Department of Education, the bunch down in the Brown Building, did they instruct school districts and school attendance officers to intervene on the first day that a child is absent from school?
No.
And so in this dissertation, in this bill, to explain what these people do, I saw 4 or 5 instances of chronic absenteeism referred to in this discussion. If chronic absenteeism is a problem, don't you think that somewhere in all of these lines, 11,009 to 11,328, that we would have instructed those people at the Brown Building to come up with some strategies to at least say, if a child is absent on the first day, that we will text, we will call, we will email, we will do something to see why that child is not in school.
Lady, I was informed by the superintendent that that is actually occurring now. Now, I'm not going to present to you or suggest to you that it's happening in every school district, because I think that would be, I think that would not be being honest. I think there are school districts that are not doing the job that they need to do on this, but I'm being told that in general, that is what is being asked of them.
Well, the only reason I'm asking you this, gentlemen, is because the Lieutenant Governor and others indicated that chronic absenteeism was a significant problem in the state of Mississippi. if chronic absenteeism is as a matter of fact, I think he said that that was something that was going to be on the front burner to try to address chronic absenteeism. So it can't just be in a few places if it's going to be at the front burner of consideration for the two bodies. So this whole notion of chronic absenteeism is a serious problem, right?
I think anytime a child, whether it's chronic or not, it's a serious problem.
Okay, and so the reason that I'm asking you these questions is because you indicated that the only thing, and if the members would go to the bill, I told you 10,992 over to 11,328. They talk about all of these things that they're going to do, but gentlemen, you would agree and you would tell the House that the only thing really that you're doing in this bill is changing the name of this entity and increasing 10 or 12 more positions. But the work that they were supposed to have been doing, I think you and I would both agree, clearly it has not been taking place, right?
Lady, the bill itself, if you'll start on 11,725, which is that line, it's
11, which one, Mr. Chairman?
11,725.
11,725?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I hadn't read that far, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'll go over there.
We're putting certain documentation standards for excuses under this paragraph, including acceptable verification, submission timelines, a locally set limit on parents' guardian notes before third-party documentation is required. In other words, you have to bring documentation of why the child is absent, establish family engagement protocols aligned to the paragraph in, including a timely notes when the student is at risk for chronic absenteeism, a parent or guardian's conference and attendance success plan. In other words, they're going to put a plan together to see if they can correct the issue. Policy shall be posted on the district website, reviews. In other words, this has got to be done within 3 years and reported annually to the local board using.
Okay, and I'm reading this quickly.
Yes, ma'am.
Before what you got to, because let me tell you what concerns me. You all have identified a 10% rate that if they're absent from school more than 10%. I guess what I'm trying to say to you, Mr. Chairman, we all say, and I think you would agree, we're talking about we have increased crime among our children, and yet our children can be absent from school 10 days before anybody does anything. And I think you and I would both agree that that's how the gangs and the human traffickers and all these people get our children. Wouldn't you agree?
Lady, I would suggest to you that as we're moving forward with this, things will develop. The reality is we have to have a step in the right direction. I'm not suggesting to you this is a leap in the right direction, but it is a step in the right direction. As we move forward, I mean, part of the chronic problem that we have is that parents aren't behaving like parents, and I think you and I would agree with that, but we have to have some starting point in as to how we approach some of these things. And to ask any school district to make huge strides in 1 year it's almost impossible. We have to have a step-by-step process as we move forward, and we'll continue talking about this. I'm certain of that.
Well, so we can be clear, I'm not asking any school district. I'm asking the people who are responsible for checking absenteeism, which is the school attendance officers, to check. But the school attendance officer can't check. Would you not agree? If the school doesn't tell him that Bryant is not at school. And then when he checks with Bryant's, that Austin is not in school, let me put it like that. And when we call Bryant to check on Austin, Bryant can say, we kept Austin home today because he was not well. But we call Bryant and he says, Austin is not in school? Now, let me tell you why I disagree with when you say this about parents. We have parents going to work at 5 o'clock in the morning in this state, gentlemen. They may not be in Oktibbeha County, but down in Jones County, Jasper County they are. They're going to the chicken poultries at 4 and 5 o'clock in the morning, and they work until 1 and 2 o'clock in the day. And they're paying an awful lot of tax. And the only thing that they're needing a little help with is that somebody before the gang members and all these people get their children to tell them in real time that their child was not in school. Is that too much for the people in the Brown building to comprehend? Or is that too much for us? Is that too big a jump for this house to understand? Just tell me that your child is not in school within a day or so, that your child is not in school. Is that too big a hill to climb?
Lady, I'm being told that is occurring. Now, it may not be occurring in every spot, and I would suggest to you that more than likely in a lot of these DNF districts, what you're describing is probably a part of the problem. That is one of the reasons the money that we're setting aside, if that is a part of the problem, hopefully we'll be able to get to a solution then within the program that we're setting up.
But it's not DNF, sir. If it is a chronic absenteeism, if it is being described like the Lieutenant Governor said, that this was a priority for him, it's not just where black folks are, sir. It obviously is all over the state of Mississippi. I'm through, Mr. Chairman. I'm just going to be trying to encourage as many people that I know to know that you better be knowing where your children are, because we really don't have anything really in place to let you know when you at the chicken poultry working, when you at Masonite, when you at Thermocool, when you at Ellisville State School, when you're working and you don't know your child is not in school.
Lady, I appreciate your passion. I really do.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to echo my colleagues in saying I think that this is a great piece of legislation for our teachers. It's going to be very much appreciated, but I do have a few questions.
Sure.
Now, I think I heard you say that we would have to vote on this each year to renew this. Is that correct?
For the program, for the DNF districts, for us to have the funding for that, it would have to be voted on every year. Yes, sir.
So this is only for the DNF districts?
This is only for DNF districts, and the purpose is to help them move up the ladder.
So when this is enacted, will the DNF districts be included in it for the first year to help them improve, or will they be subjected to possibly not to raise?
The MDE will make the choice to keep this out of the political dynamic.
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you.
MDE will make the decision as to who will be chosen for these particular, and usually what I'm gathering is if they're on the verge, those are going to be the ones that they look at first to try to help them get to that next level. The purpose of it is to get them out of that DF rating and get them above that. Section 136 and 137 may answer some of the questions that you're asking as well.
All right, and my final question is, like many of my colleagues, our assistant teachers and support staff are paramount in the education process. Now, I see that this has opened up Code Section 3721.7, which deals with assistant teacher
yes, sir.
Pay raises possibly. Can I ask why that section was opened up if we're not going to entertain it at this time?
Well, at this point, when we were moving through the budget, there was an awful lot of money put into this, and we since we already had the previous bill that had the teacher pay, the assistant pay, this was opened up just in case, and as this moves through the process and goes to conference and we're discussing back and forth, it was left open just in case we needed it, and it was good that we did. We're going to come back to it. It's just it wasn't in here whenever we finished this bill up yesterday or day before yesterday, whenever it was.
Okay, so as the chairman of education, can you give this body your commitment that you will work with us to hopefully be able to give our assistant teachers a pay raise?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll sit down on that note. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield,
Yes, sir.
I may have heard, you may have said this already. This will in fact be a across-the-board raise, is that right?
Yes, sir.
There's no merit pay or nothing like that involved in it?
No, sir. This is a $5,000 across the board.
This $5,000 is on top of the $2,000 that we've already dealt with, or is that in addition to it?
Well, what we dealt with before, I think what you're talking about was the assistant teachers that we dealt with. That was for them. This is for the
regular
the regular teacher, licensed teachers.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
For a friendly comment and just a statement. By us doing the 5,000 and 8,000 for the SPED teachers, as you well know, this is it's very difficult to maintain and keep teachers in the community colleges, the universities. This is even going to make it further more difficult to maintain those. Could I get your commitment to work with me in appropriations to try to get the teacher pay raise up for the universities and colleges?
Gentlemen, I'll work with you on anything we need to, always.
Thank you. Got a great bill.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, you may have already answered this, but let me first commend you and the committee for stepping up and making sure that our teachers receive this pay raise. Obviously, they deserve a whole lot more and everything that we can give them, right? And so, correct me if I'm wrong, House Bill 2 was allocating over $100 million, right, to if it was passed, right? Somewhere in that ballpark?
Somewhere in that ballpark.
Okay. And so, since that bill is dead, we're going to be shifting some of that money to give pay raises to our teacher assistants, like some of my other colleagues alluded to. Is that, did I understand that's why you left that code section in this bill?
Yes, sir. We're definitely trying to figure out ways to make certain that we can get yes, sir. We're going to try to get an assistant pay raise.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Covington, Mr. Sanford.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Real quick, I know the answer to this, I think, but I just want to make 100% sure. This, it is our intention that the state fund the full brunt of the teacher pay raise, assistant teacher pay raise. Is that correct?
This is running through the funding formula. So anytime you want to run through the funding formula, you're still going to be within the 27%. That's just the way the funding formula works. But to your point, the number that I just told you is the number that we're putting in. That's how much it's costing us total.
So there's nothing in this bill should require school districts to raise property taxes to fund it.
No, sir. There shouldn't be anything here that would require them to. This is based on the state portion that we give them.
Okay, that's what I thought. Second question, on the supplemental pay for the DNF. Okay, I don't know what the term is, but supplemental. Is that for districts or schools? The reason I ask, you may have and I do, you may have a C district that has an F school that they have a really hard time attracting teachers to that one school.
The way this is written right now is for districts. So it is for districts at this point. It is not for particular schools, but it is for districts right now.
Is there any thought of changing that? I guess the reverse could be true. You could have a D school district that may have a A or B school within that district that they really don't need assistance for, potentially.
At this point right now, the way the bill is set up is just for the districts. As we're discussing this, there's always possibility of evolution as to how we approach it. So I'm not going to suggest to you that it won't happen. I'm just suggesting that's the way it is now.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
You've been grinding real hard this session, gentlemen. I want to commend you for the hard work.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I have a question. Is any of the education enhancement funds in this bill?
No, sir.
Okay, but then that solves my problem.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions.
Motion to be titled sufficient do pass committee sub.
You move final passage, gentlemen?
Yes, sir, final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted?
Somebody needs to vote Hood. Oh, I'm sorry.
Members are indicating their machine's not working. We're going to get you, gentlemen from Forrest. They got you. Thank you. All right. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item. Chairman of Gaming.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Go to item number 2, House Bill 1581. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is House Bill 1581, the Mobile Sports Wagering Act. We've passed this bill the previous 2 years. This year it has a couple small changes that I'll get to shortly. Give you a couple facts before I get into the bill, just to give you some updated information. Since September of 2025, there have been 10 million Mississippians try to place a legal sports wager in Mississippi. Of those 10 million, 81,000 of them went into other states and placed a legal sports book wager. 62.5% went into Tennessee, 37% into Louisiana. And to give you an idea, last year in 2025, Louisiana brought in over $100 million in tax dollars from mobile sports betting. These are Mississippi residents.
Hold on, gentlemen. Members are indicating they cannot hear. Please keep your conversations to a minimum or take them in the hall. Thank you, gentlemen. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. These are Mississippi residents crossing over into other states because Mississippi, and the outcome of that, Mississippi receives zero tax revenue, there's zero oversight, zero consumer protections against these people placing these bets, and problem gambling goes undetected and unmanaged. The bill as of same as last year, a platform cannot operate independently. They have to be tethered to a bricks and mortar casino with 2 platforms available. Each casino is limited to 2 platforms. Bettors must physically be located in the state of Mississippi using the geofencing. Accounts require identity verification and age verification. Betting activity is monitored and logged. Also in the bill this year, we've added the child support language. Y'all have seen that bill come up several times. So basically, if you go to a casino and you win a jackpot over $2,000, they're going to scan your ID and check to make sure you do not owe back child support to DHS. If the DHS system, and this was one of my concerns, is down at the time that you win a jackpot, then they have to pay you immediately. They can't hold your money back. Also in the bill, we still have the first $6 million going into a fund to make the casinos whole up into 2030 if they lose money on mobile sports betting, which I told you last year. I do not feel that any casino is going to lose money on this. And then the last part of the bill, all the money after the $6 million will go into the public employment retirement system. Last year we were sending the money to roads and bridges. This year we're going to put it to PERS. That's going to be our infusion every year. I think on a minimum it'll be 40 million, but as you can see, Louisiana did 100+ million. So I think safely the first couple of years will be between 40 to 80 million a year. And that's an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Lafayette, Mr. DeWeese, for what purpose?
It's the gentleman from Pearl River. I'd like introduction out of order, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I'll get right to you. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you. Gentleman, you yield?
Yes, sir.
So you said we're going to make casinos whole for how long?
till 2030.
Till 2030. Where we got any estimate on what it'll cost to make them whole for?
We put this in as a safeguard to some of the casinos that are against mobile sports betting, just to show our good faith that if they lose money, that they can draw down over the $6 million. So if they drew down the $6 million next year, then the next $6 million, it'd go up $6 million a year to 2030.
Where's that $6 million coming from?
Comes off the first $6 million that we receive in tax dollars.
First $6 million in tax revenue
That's
from
correct.
mobile sports betting.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
I just want to piggyback off a question that my coworker over there brought up. How do they calculate what their loss is? Is it based on you may have already said this, based on their previous year's take or net on sports betting?
Yes, and it's a little more complicated, but yeah, basically, if they're going to have to, with their books, they're going to have to show where they lost money because of mobile sports betting, and then they can draw down on that.
But it'll be historical that they'll use numbers
right.
historically.
Department of Revenue will be over that.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Gentleman, I just got one quick question. How would this be advertised to the people before they come into the casino for the safety and security of our workers on the Gulf Coast and the people around the state that got casinos in their area? So a person who comes in and win a jackpot don't go crazy after they wins that $2,000 and they cannot leave with their money. How does it be advertised? Would it be media, social media, or would that be something that's plastered at the casino to let them know?
Yeah, so if you win a jackpot over $2,000, obviously a casino worker is going to come up to you before you're paid out on it. And at that time, I guess they would tell you, look, we need to check to make sure you owe no back child support. But I don't know that there's any mechanism in this bill that makes the casino industry or the Gaming Commission advertise that.
Yeah, we might want to look at, can you think about, do some type of research or study to let people know, forewarn them prior to them coming into the casino to gamble their monies, and that they'll be aware that if they win a jackpot and they owe the state of Mississippi child support, because only for Mississippi residents, that money is going to be taken from them. Is that fair to say?
It
that
is.
We can do that?
Hopefully they'll pay their child support before they go to the casino.
All right, but you know most people who don't pay child support, they ain't finna do none of that.
I'm sorry.
I said most of the people who are in that situation, a lack of situation, they're not gonna do that. But I just think that from a safety standpoint and security standpoint, we need to look at some type of advertisement going out. It could be a one-time thing, an ongoing thing by the casinos or the betting industry that let them know that your money may be taken if this happened to you.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions. I believe the gentleman from Jackson's indicated he has an amendment. Is that correct? You'll be recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be happy to explain the amendment. I don't need it read.
You're recognized to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. For far too long, this legislature has kicked the can down the proverbial road whenever it comes to bringing long-term stability to our public retirement system, PERS. However, pursuant to the leadership of this man behind me, Speaker Jason White, as you recall, 2 years ago, we broached that subject. It was the beginning of a discussion that has been much needed concerning PERS and the financial long-term stability thereof. Y'all know the numbers. We've been looking at it for the last 2 years. Our retirement system is plus or minus 54% fully funded. Obviously, it should be 100% fully funded. At a minimum, the national standard is plus or minus 82%. This body, at this time, with your support, is going to solve the PERS issues and problems that we're facing and the financial instability. Ladies and gentlemen, this amendment does two things. We are providing a $600 million cash infusion into PERS from CapEx. $600 million. Secondly, that payment and the payment that the gentleman from Harrison was discussing from mobile sports betting will be contingent on the retirement board accepting a more realistic and reporting out an annual rate of return of no less than 7.75%. It's amazing, the actuaries that we have looked at and the numbers that we have given to not just one or two actuaries, but our committee has looked at 4 actuarial analyses, and they all come back with almost the same results. If we do this over a 30 plus or minus year period, we should be above 92% funded. That ends my explanation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the gentleman's amendment? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Yeah, thank you so much. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now, gentlemen, because we couldn't quite hear, you say you're going to make a $600 million infusion initially?
$600 million initial cash infusion.
Okay. Now, you chaired the committee that had the hearings on the retirement task force, right?
Co-chair, yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, yes, you were the co-chair, and the gentleman from Mr. Rushing was the other chair. Did we not receive testimony from the man who is the executive director and one of the actuaries who told us that one of the very most horrible things that had happened to the retirement system was the 18,000 payees that have been lost over the last 12 years. Didn't they say that was what was bringing the greatest pressure on the retirement system?
Lady, they did. I know what you're referring to. They mentioned that, but that was not the number one reason for the loss or the financial instability for the board. It was the fact, as you recall, what was provided, lady, as the number one reason was the fact that back in 1999, we basically added covered employees that never paid into the system.
But gentlemen, because I think we pressed them on that, if you recall, that the problem did not start. It did not manifest itself. The retirement system was humming along until the 2008 bubble. But then after that, there have been 18,000 positions that have been lost at every level of government that are no longer paying over there in the retirement system. And we had testimony from the executive director as well as the actuary who said that that was the thing that was bringing the most pressure initially on the retirement system.
Lady, I hate to disagree with you. That was discussed, and obviously it does not help the viability of the retirement system. But unequivocally and emphatically, I can tell you that the number one reason was because of what the 1999 legislature did in adding covered employees who never paid into the system.
And so why did the legislature not have to, that it just came up to head 2 years ago that we have to make this huge cash infusion? They never, well, I'm just asking you.
Lady, I can tell you, nobody wanted to touch the subject until this body and you and your colleagues 2 years ago started looking into it, having study committees, asking questions, and trying to come up with a solution.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I don't have I'm trying to get the transcripts because I don't I do want to read it to you. So whenever we pass this, I'm going to hold it on a motion to reconsider only because I want to read the testimony to the House so that they will know what was actually testified to. But the other thing I wanted to ask you...
I want to make sure I'm clear. That did come up, but again, that was not the number one reason, lady from Jones. The number one reason was the decision, as you know, and I think you would agree with me, the decision that was made back in 1999.
Well, we'll get the transcript.
Okay,
and we'll
fair
just
enough,
read
lady.
It. But let me ask you this.
Gentleman's
Now,
time has expired on his amendment. I'll let you ask this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the monies from the capital expense fund, we're at about $1.5 billion, somewhere like that. And the Senate was asking for 500 and then 50 million 10 years. You're just asking for 600 and then a diversion from this mobile sports betting. That's what your amendment is doing?
That's correct.
Okay, then my question to you is this. Did you give any consideration to the other pressures that are going to be brought upon our fiscal budgeting as we go forward? Because it has been the position of the leadership that they didn't want to take the capital expense fund below $1 billion. And your amendment would take it below $1 billion.
I don't, lady, I don't know if I agree with your premise that it will take it below $1 billion, but I can tell you this. It's my position and the committee's position, and I hope you agree with me, that the retirement system that we have, that's a solemn promise that we gave to our retired teachers and employees back home. And it should be the number one priority of this body and this legislature.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the proper time, I'd like to speak on the amendment.
That would be now, lady. While you're coming to the well, I believe the gentleman from Benton has an introduction for us.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got two. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, help me welcome back my former desk mate over here, Michael Ted Evans.
Welcome, gentlemen.
Also, Mr. Speaker, my little page this week, today is her 16th birthday. Sarah Brooke Hobson, would you stand up there, baby? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. You're recognized, lady.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I did not know that we were going to have this discussion so soon, because I've been trying to gather information so that we could give it to you in real time so that you would know what was happening. But it's just two or three things that I want to say to you. First of all, in that great book that you have that the Appropriations Committee has given you, the Legislative Budget Committee has deleted positions and is recommending the elimination of 945 positions. Now, the gentleman from the Gulf Coast, my good friend, Mr. Zuber, told you that there was testimony about the loss of these positions putting stress on the retirement system. So we're going to continue to put more stress on the retirement system. But let me tell you what else that you're going to do. We have passed tax cuts in this state. We have passed car tag reduction in this state. We have passed ad valorem subsidies in this state. And I think that the chairman of, or one of these analysts, if we could ask them, would tell you we're at about $500 or $600 million that has to come out. Now, your state support funds are more of them are being spent than your general fund dollars, and your federal footprint is reducing. Now, I know I can't convince you not to vote for this, But I just want you to know that you're not going to be able to go and tell Mississippi that you didn't know what it was that you were doing. And so, yes, we need to put some money into the retirement system, but we need to make some changes as it relates to how we're going to go forward to the people that's going to be paying into the system. Then the last thing I would tell you, you know who's going to be retiring? Because you've contracted out all of the lower paid jobs. All of those are contracted. There's nobody left but the higher paying jobs. So I don't know if you can infuse yourself out of this problem, to be quite frank and honest with you. But I just wanted to say that to you, and once I get the transcript, I'm not going to read it to you. I'm going to put it on your desk and let you read it for yourself, but I do thank you for your indulgence, because I just wanted to bring those few facts to you. Thank you.
Gentleman from Adams. Lady, do you yield for a question? You got a minute and a half.
You know I will, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely.
You recognize, gentlemen.
I try to ask pointed questions, but this is kind of a broad question. Is the capital expense fund a fund that is important and we have important uses for?
Well, as you know, the capital expense fund we use for many things. The lady from Admit does a fabulous job of bringing your transfer bills to you, yeah. and we use capital expense funds in many of our general fund budgets. Yes.
And so it's used sometimes to shore up budgets and catch-all budgets.
Yes.
Which is that one of the reasons we have a limit? We try to keep it above a certain amount so we'll have it when we need it.
Well, I think that's one of the reasons that the leadership has indicated that they wanted to do that. Yes.
Yeah. And so it is when we talk about taking $600 million out of it, and God knows you, as much as anybody, has supported doing more for the retirement system than anybody. But is this an appropriate, fast-paced use of these funds in a bulk like this?
Gentlemen, if we were not facing all of these different pressures coming from the reduction at the federal level,
right,
you're going to have bills coming to you asking you to increase fees on your people.
Right.
You got a tax cut that's going to escalate if you don't do something about a trigger.
Right.
I mean, you got a lot of different working parts here that we're having to deal with. But if it were me and I were making the recommendation, I think I would say do the $100 million for the 10 years. And if you could get a diversion on your mobile sports betting, I think that gets you there, because you still got a 10-year fix. You're going to have a 10-year fix. Anyway, it gets you there for what y'all are trying to do, maybe what they're trying to do. That's not necessarily what I would do, but, you know,
I'm in some y'alls, but I'm not in this one. Thank you. I appreciate
well, us, you know, after it's all over and said and done.
Time's expired on the amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, lady. Question occurs to the adoption of amendment. Does the chairman wish to close it all on his amendment?
Final passage.
Question occurs to the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker.
All right, I'll let the author of the bill decide.
I move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 85 yeas, 31 nays, the bill passes. All right, we will move to item 3. I believe the gentleman from Jackson, who was just with us for that amendment, that's his bill. He's gathering his stuff. Y'all give him just a minute. Gentleman from Jackson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. I would like to go to item number 3 on the general calendar, House Bill 1665. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, I have a committee sub.
Right, gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment.
All right. You want to offer your amendment now and then
I'd like to adopt the amendment now and then explain it, Mr. Speaker.
All right. See no questions. The question recurs on, then you're going to explain the bill in its entirety, correct? I got you. Question recurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. Gentlemen, you are recognized to explain your bill.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House. This is the PBM reform bill. Let me start off by thanking the members of the State Affairs Committee for their hard work, their diligence. I'm just going to be very blunt with all of you up front. You cannot make everybody happy with this bill. Nobody, and we tried for the last 2 years to reach some type of compromise. You cannot make the business community completely happy. You cannot make the independent pharmacists completely happy. There's just no way. We spent weeks and weeks, beginning last year, working with both sides to try to come up with a compromise. A lot of sweat, a lot of energy, a lot of hours went into it. And just to be frank about it, we were not able to get to that point. So we had to make a decision. We had to draft a bill. That bill is before you today. But I also want to bring to your attention, and this gets lost sometimes under this dome, ladies and gentlemen, we don't have an obligation and a duty just to the people that you see in this Capitol building. Lady from DeSoto, we have a duty and an obligation to do what's in the best interest of your citizens back home. Your retired teachers, your mom and dad that are having to pay for the drug costs that keeps going up and up and up. So it was also our duty to watch out for your parents, the senior citizens of this state, and to also do what's in the best interest of them, and not just the special interests and who you run into and who you see every day underneath the dome of this Capitol. What does the bill do? First and foremost, a reimbursement to a pharmacist, to an independent pharmacist, any pharmacist in the great state of Mississippi cannot be less than the acquisition cost to that pharmacist. The independent pharmacist, if this bill passes, cannot be forced to fill a prescription for less than their independent costs. Very, very important. All claims must be paid by the PBM within 7 days if that claim is electronic. If the claim is written, then it must be paid within 35 days. If those claims are not timely paid, there is a penalty. That penalty is 1.5% interest per month on the outstanding balance. A PBM cannot force a pharmacist to pay through the plan whenever that patient makes a request to either pay in cash or with a credit card. It also prevents, you keep hearing about clawbacks. The PBMs are requiring the pharmacists to claw back some money. It stops the clawbacks. There will be, if this bill passes, ladies and gentlemen, there will be no adjustments to the price either at the point that the claim has been filed or after the claim has been adjudicated. No more clawbacks. All appellate procedures, all claim appeals process must be published on the PBM's website. Pharmacists that belong to a PSSAO, which is the Services Administrative Organization, must be provided a copy of the contract between the PSAO and the PBM. Why is that important? Because the contract is where all of the numbers have been specified. What will be the reimbursement rate? What are the costs? So transparency and sunshine to the contract between the PBM and the PSAO is greatly, greatly needed and will be accomplished in this bill. PBMs and PSAOs must be licensed each and every year, and at the time they become licensed, they must provide a certified copy of their audit or financial statements. Next, this bill completely stops spread pricing. It also requires all rebates to go back to the plan employer or the sponsor, which will help the businesses in this state. All rebate money pursuant to this bill must go back to the plan sponsor or the business or the employer. PBMs will be subject to exams and audits. That's current law. It prevents steering. No PBMs will be able to steer a patient to a particular pharmacy, especially if it's owned by that PBM. So steering is prohibited and will be stopped in this bill. It prevents, ladies and gentlemen, retaliation by the PBMs. If a pharmacist files a claim, there's penalties if that PBM tries to retaliate against that independent pharmacist. It requires PBMs, drug manufacturing, insurers to report the wholesale acquisition costs and retail costs. In other words, it's providing more sunshine and transparency, not just on what that rebate money is coming back, the amount or what the rebate cost is, but what's very important is the cost, the wholesale cost of that drug. How much is the drug manufacturer costing or passing on to the PBM? Private plans must develop their own criteria for the designation of specialty drugs. Same with the state plan. Very, very important. I'm going to be blunt with you, very upfront. The money is made with the specialty drugs. That's just a way of life. And it's going to possibly open up more competition whenever it comes to specialty drugs. PBMs must disclose if they have an ownership interest in a pharmacy. The state health plan must bid out their pharmaceutical contract every 2 years. And something that came up or came out of meetings that we had with all the parties of interest this summer is that we're going to change up the state health board to bring in more expertise and more people with knowledge concerning drug pricing, drug costs, health care. We're going to add an independent pharmacist. We're going to add a plan sponsor. We're going to add a TPA. And to me, that is a crucial part of this bill. We are finally adding expertise and knowledge to the state health board. There's a severability clause. If any provision of this bill or if any language in this bill is challenged legally and is deemed to be illegal or invalid, the remaining provisions, ladies and gentlemen, will remain valid and legal. We have a 3-year repealer. And then last but not least, due to the added obligations and duties and reports and audits, we are moving the jurisdiction, oversight, and enforcement away from the Board of Pharmacy to the Department of Insurance. And Mr. Speaker, that ends my explanation. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
Okay. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, before I take any other questions, let me bring to the attention of this body that this is the only game in town. This is the only vehicle for PBM reform. The Senate, for whatever reason, does not have a bill. So keep that in mind, please.
Right. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felcher, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
My question centers around the PBMs directly. Is there any mechanism in this bill to prevent them from passing the cost of holding them accountable back to the patients and the businesses?
Gentlemen, that's a very good question. And you know how basic businesses work. I mean, I don't think there's going to be an increase in costs. If we open up the specialty drugs to the competition, I think you're going to actually see a decrease in costs. But that should be your concern, and that's something that we thought about, and that's a very good question. What if the costs do go up? And gentlemen, the response to that is that's why we put in the 3-year repealer.
Okay, and my final question is, as far as the transparency piece, would that monitor them passing that cost back, and are there actions we could take in the future if we see that they are doing that?
That would be included in the transparency language. Yes, sir. That's a very good question.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Etowamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Do you yield?
Yes, sir.
Is there any provision in this bill that would keep them from selling to the box stores cheaper than they do the individual pharmacists?
Gentlemen, that's a very complicated question. If that box store is an affiliate of the PBM, then yes, that would be prevented.
That would be prevented. If it's not, though, if it's not an affiliate,
As
if
I
they're going to
understand
sell
it, if
cheaper
it's not
to,
affiliated, if there is no ownership interest, then there's no preclusion.
but let me get this straight. If there's no affiliation, they can't do it. If there is an affiliation, they can sell it cheaper to the box store.
It would be just the opposite, gentlemen.
Right there. Okay, that's the reason I wanted to make sure I got it
it would
straight.
be just,
If it's an affiliate, they can sell it cheaper to cannot sell it cheaper to the affiliate than they can to a pharmacist. But if it's non-affiliated, it can be sold cheaper.
That's correct.
How is this protecting our individual pharmacists?
Well, the independent pharmacist is not going to be an affiliated. Most of them don't have an ownership interest in the PBMs.
But you know, we're still talking about drug prices that are sold everywhere.
I'm sorry, that are what?
Why are we allowing prices to be cheaper to one than there are the other?
Well, that's, gentlemen, wow, that's based on volume. That's based on the type of drugs. I mean, you want to be able to go to whoever's going to sell it the cheapest. I mean, it's based on a lot of different factors other than what's in this piece of legislation. I mean, the volume bought, what type of drug are you referring to? A lot of factors go into the price of that drug.
I understand that. What are some of the other benefits that you're really stressing in this that will help that independent pharmacist?
Just about everything I explained to you. The steering, the transparency, all of it. All of it is going to help independent pharmacists. The specialty drugs, opening up the specialty drugs to independent pharmacists, the state health plan, bringing in competition, letting the independent pharmacists come to the table whenever it comes to those two items.
Why are we taking it away from the independent from the pharmacy board?
Because we have much more duties, responsibilities, audits, reports, and the Department of Insurance is much more suited to handle those than the Board of Pharmacy. And I might add, gentlemen, I might add to that, if I remember correctly, my research 2 years ago, that this may have changed, but 2 years ago, we were the only state in the country that allowed the Board of Pharmacy to oversee and have jurisdiction in the enforcement on this type of language.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman here.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, how many PBMs are there currently, you know?
I do not.
Gentlemen, who owns the PBMs? Do you know that?
Different companies. I mean,
Can you tell me one or two of the companies, since you say different companies? Do you know at least one?
Caremark,
Okay. Who owns Caremark?
CVS.
Okay. Does Walgreens do they have a PBM?
I believe so.
How about United Healthcare?
I'm not sure about United Healthcare.
How about Blue Cross Blue Shield?
I'm sure they do.
Okay. Who regulates those pricings for CVS? So would it be the PBM plan?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. Who regulates the pricing?
Okay. So let me ask you this question here. If a diabetic patient who purchased his or her metformin from an independent pharmacist in their community, would they pay the same price for their prescription drug at Walgreens or CVS?
Will they be able to get that same price at Walgreens or CVS? It depends on what price they paid for it to begin with, but they should be able to.
So would you not agree with me that communities that have a CVS or Walgreens get better pricing on their medicine than the independent pharmacists can provide?
Gentlemen, I've never done a comparison. Honestly, I can't answer that.
Okay. So you're saying that you've never done a comparison. So don't you think we should do at least a little more research when we're bringing something that's going to impact the quality of life for individuals?
Oh, gentlemen, we've done enough research for the last 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
And that reminds me, we started the research on this, gentlemen, back in, well, probably about 12 years ago. The House, if I may, and I'll answer your questions, believe me, but the House provided the leadership beginning about 10 or 12 years ago to look into PBM pricing because we were experiencing a tremendous increase in the drug costs of the state health plan. And this state and that insurance committee back then was probably one of the first states and one of the first committees to look into PBM pricing in the whole country. Unfortunately, we passed a bill not once, not twice, not 3 times. I mean, not twice, but 3 times, sent it over to the Senate where it died each and every year. And I would respectfully submit to you, gentlemen, if we had passed those bills that many years ago, we would not be here today.
Okay. So, gentlemen, do you believe monopolies should control what common everyday citizens have to participate in?
Gentlemen, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I said, do you believe monopolies should control the cost of living for everyday citizens?
That monopoly should. I do not believe monopoly should control the everyday cost.
Okay, so would you not agree with me if you own the auto dealership, you own the auto body shop, you own the mechanic shop, you own the salesman, and you own the tires for that particular community? Would you not have a monopoly on the dealership?
Well, gentlemen, that's not a monopoly. That's vertical integration.
Okay.
There's other. Okay, go ahead.
So, agree. So you're right, vertical integration. So is not vertical integration the way that businesses take advantage of keeping a person or individual group inside of their circle to constantly take a bite off their apple?
Gentlemen, I would disagree with your premise. In some cases, vertical integration will give you a cheaper price.
So you're telling me it's okay for a casino to take a bite off of you every time you come into that? They hit you for parking, they hit you for food, they hit you for games, they hit you for valet, they hit you for everything. That's okay in the medical sector around prescriptions. You saying it's okay?
Gentlemen, if you're willing to go to that casino and pay that extra fees and expenses, yeah, it's okay. But why don't you, if you don't want to pay that, go to the next casino where they're not charging you that.
So what happens in the community where all I got is a one pharmacist, but 10 miles over there's another pharmacist, and my citizens who've been coming to me can get, I've been providing service for them for 10, 15, 20 years, and I'm having to charge them $45 for 30 pills of metformin, but they can go to Walgreens, and Walgreens, because they own everything in the circle, can only charge them $6.95. Where's the fairness at there for the small business owner?
Well, gentlemen, I mean, that's...
Is that fair? Those numbers make it fair, yes or no?
Well, where would you go? But anyways, yeah, it's fair. I mean, if you've got the money and the capital to have vertical integration and can provide a cheaper price to your mom and dad, then that would be fair, absolutely.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen. He passes. Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Just speak briefly on the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Monroe, Mr. Crosby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
So my first question is right now, what safeguards are in place to make sure that if these companies come in, that our local pharmacies aren't wiped out?
Well, gentlemen, what do you mean by these companies coming in? We have some of these companies now. This will help the independent pharmacists by preventing steering and helping them and bringing them to the table in terms of specialty drugs and all those issues. I mean, this is...
Well, what I'm hearing from my constituents who are pharmacists is that they've seen more than 50 pharmacies close in the last few years. So can you speak to me what this bill does that will help negate that?
Everything that we just talked about, the steering, the price spreading, opening up the state health plan, the transparency, all of it.
And the oversight of that is held by who?
I'm sorry?
And the oversight of that is taken care of by who?
This will be the Department of Insurance.
Department of Insurance.
Yes, sir.
And so at the end of the day, back to what the gentleman from Mr. Hines said, is that you don't have any worries when it comes down to the fact that this vertical integration, this ecosystem, does potentially have the ability to wipe these small companies out. I mean, go back 10, 20 years, right? There's no more Fred's, there's no more Rite Aid, there's no more of these other pharmacies. Are we not afraid that we're able to potentially wipe out local small businesses, which are the heartbeat of our community?
Gentlemen, I don't have that worry at all because of this bill. I don't have that worry that would happen because of the result of this bill. That doesn't even come close to my consideration. What I have worries about is possible prices being increased for whatever reason, not because of this legislation, but the continued cost of drug prices for whatever reason. And that's why we have a 3-year repealer in this bill, gentlemen.
Sir, I'll just say again, my hope and my fear is that there's not quite enough guardrails to make sure that this doesn't get over us. But again, I thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
It was an introduction, Mr. Speaker.
Introduction?
Yes.
You're recognized for it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome the doctor of the day, our friend Anthony Cloy, who's a family medicine practitioner and the director of Mississippi Association of Health Programs. Dr. Cloy and his medical student, Arjan, see there? Trayon. Arjan Trayon. Give him a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you for being here. All right, that concludes our question. The lady from Pearl River has an amendment. You want to speak on the bill? You don't want to see if the amendment first? I will defer to the senior gentleman from Adams to speak on the bill.
Just briefly, I want to speak on the bill. My very astute and sometimes smooth chairman failed to answer these questions, so I just want to answer it for him. The gentleman from Itawamba asked a question about the prices and how a PBM would be able to lower the price for an affiliate pharmacy. Let me tell you something. This is just common sense. This is just straightforward. according to Big Pharma and Forbes magazine, 80% of the pharmacy market in this country are controlled by 3 companies. CVS Caremark, which is a pharmacy, a PBM, and an insurance company. Express Scripts, an insurance company, a pharmacy, and a PBM. Optimum Pharmacy, a PBM, and a pharmacy. Now you tell me, a multi-billion-dollar market that's controlled by 3 companies, 80% of the market, you're going to tell me that whenever they won't lower the price for the people. They own the pharmacy, the PBM, and the insurance company. What small pharmacy is going to have a chance to get any of that? We want to hand our pharmacy business over to 3 companies. 3 companies. Forbes magazine, Big Pharma itself says, hey, we got to fix this. This is a bad idea. Monopoly, this is like complete control of the pharmacy market. And all that the people who are supporting the independent pharmacies are saying is that CVS and Rite Aid are not coming to Benoit. They're not coming to Fayette. But sometimes you have a small pharmacy who's there. But if you allow these companies, I'm not talking about the state of Mississippi, I'm talking about this whole country is owned by 3 companies that control insurance, pharmacy, and PBMs. You don't want to support that. We're a small business state. Please don't support this bill. Not because, the chairman said, look, I'm caring about a way to lower prices for the whole state. Well, let me tell you what he's going to do. He's going to do away with small business in the whole state. This is just the beginning of the end for small businesses in this state. And I'm talking about pharmacies, but we adopt this kind of attitude about business, then we are killing small business in small towns, and it starts with pharmacies. So I'm telling you, think about it. 80% is owned by companies who own the insurance, who own the pharmacy, and own the PBM. I'll leave it at that, and I would ask you to support the amendment whenever it comes up here.
It's time for the ladies' amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, the bill that the gentleman put forth us today has a lot of good stuff in it, and he's worked really hard, and I appreciate all of his work, I really do. But as of 9 o'clock this morning, the committee sub was not on the computer, so I didn't have a chance to look at it. This is a serious issue, and as we know, the devil is in the details. The details that I do know are on House Bill 1672 that's been on the computer for quite some time. House Bill 1672, and what my amendment does, it does a strike all and strips House Bill 1665 and inserts the language for House Bill 1672, which is the bill that our independent pharmacists support, Board of Pharmacists, Mississippi Hospital pharmacists, and et cetera, that they all support. This is the bill that will actually help our independent pharmacists and help our constituents lower their drug prices. This has the state plan in it. This has NADAC in it. NADAC is the formula used to get the truest cost of a drug, where the cost of the drug can't be manipulated. And the dispensing fee is $11.29, the same as Medicaid. The other thing, this stays at the Board of Pharmacy instead of going to the Department of Insurance. And that's important because it's been at the Board of Pharmacy for the past 20 years. The Board of Pharmacy has not abused those powers. And also, it originally was at the Department of Insurance and was moved to the Board of Pharmacy because the Department of Insurance didn't really do anything with it, and it will take at least 2 years to get it up and running at the Department of Insurance. And the Commissioner of Insurance has made the statement that he'll probably have to contract with the Board of Pharmacy to implement this. It's been said, and we all know that we have transparency in here. We all know what's in hearing to prevent steering, retaliation, rebates, all the things. So I'm not going to repeat all that again. But I will say it is us versus them. This is the bill to support your independent pharmacists. This is the bill that's going to help them. This is the bill that's going to stop the 3 big PBMs who are corrupt. Other states have implemented this and their prices have not gone up. To the employer groups, they have a responsibility to negotiate good contracts on behalf of their employees. If they continue to stay and choose to stay in bed with the devil, the big 3 PBMs, that's not our fault. That's not the responsibility of the pharmacists to be put out of business because they choose to stay in business with corrupt PBMs. They have a choice. There are other PBMs. They even have Mississippi companies that are very transparent. They could be lowering the prices of drugs and premiums for their employees. There's a real big win for Mississippi today. Today is the day we stand up for our communities and our independent pharmacists. Today is the day we stand up for the people in our communities against big corporate PBMs who take their money out of state instead of those spending their money in our state and helping our people. I appreciate the gentleman's work. I have brought code sections forward that he had in his bill. I brought them forward in case they're needed, so we do have the code sections in here that he had in his bill. And he's going to ask you not to support this amendment, but I'm asking you to, because you're going on record today and you don't listen to people under this dome. You listen to the people back home. Your people back home want you to support your independent pharmacies who opened up during the ice storm to help people get their medications, who support Little Leagues and do other things. It is about our people back home, and now is the time to do it. It is us versus them. Your vote today will be for your independent pharmacists or for the corrupt PBMs. I'm asking you to vote for this amendment, please.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would simply say that in many ways, 1665 goes further than the bill that the lady is referring to in helping independent pharmacists. It has more transparency, it has more oversight, it has more reporting, and I would also say, and I've heard the lady say this before, that some PBMs are good. Now, I don't doubt the lady's sincerity, but this is the only game in town. This is the only bill we have. I would request and I would emphatically tell you to oppose the lady's amendment. Let's send it over to the Senate as is and get this over with. Thank you.
Does the lady wish to close on her amendment?
I respect what the gentleman said, but the independent pharmacists, we have not had a time to look at the committee sub that he had. The devil is in the details. We do know what this bill does. The independent pharmacy are happy with House Bill 1672, which is going to be a strike all to this. We can work on this. We brought the codes forward. We can send it to the Senate and get a good bill. I'm asking you, if you support your independent pharmacists, please vote for this amendment.
All right. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 2. If you favor the lady's amendment, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Noes have it. Noes have it. Roll call is demanded. There is sufficient number, maybe. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the amendment, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 52 yeas, 64 nays, the amendment fails. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir, Mr. Speaker.
You move final passage?
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 76 yeas, 38 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'll call up item number 4 on the calendar, House Bill 856, and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 856 will simply remove the repealer on the statute prohibiting step therapy or failed protocols in the treatment of advanced metastatic cancer. Step therapy or fail-first protocols often put the insurance company, not the physician, deciding which treatment the patient receives. This legislation, which we passed by a vote of 121 to nothing in 2024, has helped ensure the physician, not the insurance company, decides which drug or therapy will be administered. By removing the repealer, we will preserve this law, which helps protect patients. That concludes an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage,
He moves
please.
final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 5, House Bill 1067. Called up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, Mississippi has been awarded nearly $206 million through the Federal Rural Health Transformational Program to shore up rural hospitals, clinics, and workforce across our state. House Bill 1067 is an entirely new law that sits on top of our existing procurement code. It does not slow down money going out the door, but it does require real competition for big statewide contracts, sets clear priorities for rural communities, and that should be the first in line for the grants, and make sure the House can see where every rural health transformational dollar goes. The precedent we used to create this was created by the ARPA funds and CARES Act. And in lines 20 through 25, it requires all vendors, subcontractors, and other entities selected to provide general goods and products and services to the state through the RTHF to go through a regular procurement process or form a grant program prioritizing rural communities. Line 26 through 27 requires vendors, subcontractors, and other entities selected products and services to the state through rural health transformation funds for regular procurement process statute, but prohibits emergency procurement or procurement using exceptions in the law. This is echoed throughout the first 111 pages where it emphasizes rural communities, rural hospitals, and communities of less than 45,000 in means of income. And I can go through all these. I can get a sense that you don't want me to. Lastly, this is effective upon passage because this money is coming to us soon and will be ready to be distributed. In conclusion, House Bill 1067 does not pick winners and losers. It simply says if you want to do business in Mississippi on this $206 million program, you will compete in daylight, and we'll send the money out as grants. We deliberately point out toward the rural communities with the least resources and the most to lose. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 1 nay, bill passes. Next item.
Item number 6 on the calendar, Speaker. Call it the bill and make the usual motions, please.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1034 establishes the compassionate access to medical cannabis, or Ryan's Law, which is named after Ryan Bartell, who was just 41 years old when he was diagnosed with stage 4 pancreatic cancer. As his condition worsened, he entered palliative care. Medical cannabis helped control his pain and kept him lucid, but the hospital refused to allow it. Instead, Ryan was placed on heavy opioids and fentanyl that left him sedated and disoriented and disconnected from his family during the little time he had left. After weeks of searching, his family found a facility that would allow medical cannabis. The change was immediate. Ryan's pain was controlled, his opioid use dropped, and he spent his final 2.5 weeks awake, alert, and present with the ones he loved. Ryan's law is rooted in one simple principle: at the end of life, compassion and medical judgment should come before bureaucracy. This legislation will allow terminally ill qualifying patients to safely use medical cannabis within a specific healthcare facility, including hospitals, skilled nursing facilities, and hospice facilities. But the requirements are as follows. The patient must have a valid Mississippi medical cannabis card, must have a terminally ill diagnosis, which is designated by his or her treating physician. The cannabis must be non-combustible. The cannabis is administered to the patient by a registered caregiver. The facility and its staff are not responsible for administering and may not administer the cannabis. The medical cannabis must be locked in a designated location. Each use of the medical cannabis must be documented in the patient's chart. The healthcare facility must develop written guidelines and train staff accordingly. No patient may be denied to a facility because of the use of medical cannabis. Upon discharge, any remaining medical cannabis must be removed by the patient's caregiver. If the caregiver cannot remove it, the healthcare facility will remove it per their protocol and guidelines. Healthcare facilities may suspend compliance with this law if the Department of Justice, CMS, or any other federal agency initiates enforcement actions on the healthcare facility, or the healthcare facility's funding is threatened in any way. This bill has been vetted and supported by the Department of Health. It has also been provided to the Hospital Association, the Department of Mental Health, and the Nursing Home Association before filing. That concludes an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, gentlemen. I first want to say I love the idea. I just have a couple of very friendly questions.
Okay.
Are we talking allowing patients to smoke bud in the hospital? Or are we
If you
talking
listen to
edibles?
the explanation of the bill, gentlemen, it said non-combustible, which
Okay, I
means
didn't know
you
what
can't
that meant.
smoke it.
Okay, non-combustible, no smoking.
No
but
smoking.
edibles.
No fire hazards.
Okay. Okay, so just edibles, would it have to be, I guess, prescribed? Are we talking candy?
Edibles, again, all this is concurrent with you having your medical card, which means you would have had to get a prescription for it.
I like it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 7, House Bill 1637, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to recognize the gentlelady from Forest to describe the bill.
Lady from Forest, recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, House Bill 1637 comes to us by the request of the Department of Health to create a fetal and infant mortality review panel Currently, we have a child death review panel that provides a report each year, and it encompasses children ages 0 to age 18. We know that our babies die of much different reasons than older children die of. We also know that we are at the top of some lists we don't want to be at the top of infant mortality and fetal mortality, and so we would like to be able to take a closer look at the reasons that our babies are not making it to their first birthday and produce a report that we can take that information and hopefully get off the top of these very terrible lists that we are on. The bill also calls for that the work product of the panel will be confidential until such time as the report is made public. And that is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yes, sir.
So, because I lost both of my sons while I was deployed to the same thing, how long is this committee going to study this before they put the report out?
They will study it, and the report will be out at the end of the year.
Okay. And all of the information collected thus far, because we are the highest infant mortality, we have the highest infant mortality rate in the nation right now. Is any of that information going to be used in this new study committee you're coming up with?
So it's not a study committee, it's a report that will be put together by the panel that's set forth by this piece of legislation. And yes, that report will be made public to us and everyone in the state of Mississippi, so we can use that and hopefully address these issues with losing our children before their first birthday.
Okay, and last and definitely not least, because this is near and dear to me, this is something that we're really going to dive into and put money behind. This is something that's going to be just another study report.
No, sir. The Department of Health is asking for this, and they also have done a very good job with our child death review report that is already required by law. They do a really good job with that, and they are actually asking to be able to take a deeper dive into infant fetal mortality. So I believe that they have demonstrated that they do a really good job on the Child Death Review Board and with their report, and so this will just be in addition to that.
All right,
I agree. It's important to me, too.
Thank you, gentle lady.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Summers.
Okay, hold on one second, Charles. Hold on one second, Charles. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Hello, lady. Would you yield for questions? Yes, ma'am. I love the bill. I think it's certainly something that we should move forward with. But we held a hearing during the fall that focused on maternal health. And we know that in order for us to have healthy babies, we have to have healthy mommies.
You know, I have preached that for years.
Yeah,
right, lady?
And we already have a maternal mortality review committee that does an excellent job with putting forward recommendations that they would like for us to take up. My question is, will we have a renewed focus on maternal health in passing some of the recommendations that will help to make sure that our mothers are surviving pregnancy?
Well, lady, I certainly hope that's the case. I have worked very hard the past several years to provide health care for our mothers at both ends of a pregnancy, from presumptive eligibility so they can get into a doctor as early as possible, and also on extending postpartum coverage to 12 months. Yeah. So I have certainly been committed to that and worked hard on that. I believe that this is just another good piece of legislation that falls in that same line. We want to understand why our babies are, some of our babies are not making it to their first birthday, and we know that healthy moms do give the best chance for healthy babies. So I think this goes hand in hand with what you're asking.
Absolutely, and to your credit, to your leadership, we have made positive strides, and I also just want to mention that the chairman and the vice chairman of public health are also working with me on this, as well as our state health officer. But the reality, and I really want the House to know that we are also leading in maternal mortality. And in that data is showing that Black women are dying disproportionately as a result of a pregnancy-related complication. And so this impacts every part of our state, and it's something that we really need to prioritize. We even have, some women in here that are carrying right now. And so we really need to make sure that we're doing everything we can. No, not me. I'm saying we got staff members that are with child. Do we not? That ship has long sailed for me. But I just wanted to raise that point. Thank you, lady.
Thank you, lady.
Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lady, you yield?
Yes, I do.
I'm sure you mentioned this. I just missed it. This panel will, how will it be established?
So the details are in the bill. So let's see. Let me see how the chairman of the review panel shall be elected annually by a review panel membership. The members will be deemed appropriate by the State Department of Health. They can develop subcommittees to carry out the panel's purposes. So I believe that the Department of Health is who will designate these folks from throughout the state. I know that they have, on the child death review panel, some doctors and other folks from all around the state that come together, I think, once a quarter and work to determine why children have died and do their investigations. I would believe that this will be in that same fashion, but I can get those specifics for you from the Department of Health.
Okay, thank you. And after the report is given, will this panel be dissolved, or will it be ongoing?
No, this puts forth an annual review.
Okay,
it's not just a one-time thing.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see any further questions.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
She moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the North Gallery, we have some members of the Hospital Association, Ms. Miriam Deemer, John O'Keefe, Shannon Kennard, Chris Bourne, and Eliza Gavin. Let's welcome them to the Capitol and give them a round of applause, please.
Welcome. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized for further work.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item number 8, House Bill 1622, called up, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen. I believe you got a committee sub.
Yes, sir. The committee sub is the bill.
Gentleman moves that the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1622 is about giving our rural hospitals a fighting chance while still protecting the stability of the rest of our hospitals. It does three main things. First, it frees truly rural hospitals from having to go through certificate of need projects on their own campuses or within 5-mile radius of their main building, so they can move faster to add beds, services, and equipment without spending months and tens of thousands of dollars on red tape. Second, it creates a narrow, no-fee path for general acute care hospitals in small counties that do not have a hospital at all today, and fully exempts Issaquena and Humphrey counties from the CON process, and where they can finally recruit health care without jumping through the same hoops. Third, it directs the Department of Health to study a shared responsibility model of uncompensated care so that facilities that don't take uninsured patients help support hospitals that are keeping their ER lights on for everyone. The key to this bill is in the definition of the rural hospitals. There are 3 parts of the definition. Rural hospitals are critical access hospitals. They're hospitals that are located in Delta is number 2. And number 3, hospitals in communities of less than 15,000 people according to the 2020 census that are not located in a metropolitan statistical area, or MSA, and do not otherwise meet the above definitions. So that is the definition of a rural hospital. By this definition, there are 55 hospitals that will be removed from the CO1 process in the state of Mississippi. The bill also includes, as I mentioned earlier, that it waives the CON fee for the 5 counties or 6 counties that do not have hospitals and removes CON completely from Humphreys and Issaquena. It also closes a loophole for single specialty ambulatory surgery centers, now subjecting them in the state of Mississippi to CON laws. That is an explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the gentleman yelled.
Of course.
My friend and my sweet mate, I appreciate the work that you have put into this bill. I really do. I still have questions with regard to if it's really accomplishing what we are hoping to do. And there's nobody that wants to keep our rural hospitals open more than me. So it seems like it's a really broad bill, and I feel like I am concerned that it's blowing the whole CON open in our state. Do you not believe that the purpose of CON is so that we can equally distribute resources around the state so that it really provides an access to care rather than hurts access to care? I mean, isn't that the goal of the Certificate of Need?
I do. I do believe it's there to protect certain services, to allow them to function in areas where if there was a lot of competition, they may not be able to do. However, I do believe CON has matured over the years, and also it's gotten where so many of our CONs are in metropolitan areas where there are, and so many of our resources have gone to the metropolitan areas, that if we loosen the ones in the rural hospitals, rural hospital areas, it would help them where they're struggling. I think it's just been an evolution of CON over the years. Yes, ma'am. I understand what you're saying.
So, and I understand what you're saying too. So, obviously, we know there are a lot of different procedures and services and machinery that require CON throughout the state, and so, I mean, and it does get complicated. And I think we've done some really good things with regard to raising the capital threshold, and I think that's going to be really important, and that's great. You did great work on that. So with regard to just using it as an example, dialysis, for example, and I know that the dialysis CON is always kind of one that brings a lot of question and attention. So is it true that that hospitals can provide dialysis inpatient? So for a patient that is inpatient, they do not need a CON inpatient. Is that correct?
Hospitals can provide inpatient dialysis, yes.
So for this bill, for certain areas, and you gave us a map in committee,
yes,
which
ma'am.
was helpful, and I did not have a chance at the committee meeting to really take a deep look into it, but I've done a little research. And so just in my part of the state, I'm not familiar with some of these other parts, are you aware, for example, that there is a dialysis unit either right across the street or within 2 miles of the Covington County Hospital, Highland Community Hospital in Picayune, Jasper General Hospital in Bay Springs, Jefferson Davis Community Hospital in Prentiss, Marion General Hospital in Columbia, Oshner Watkins in Quitman, Walthall General in Tylertown, and Wayne General in Waynesboro. All of those hospitals that are on this list that would be able to come out from under the CON currently have a dialysis unit either within sight of the hospital or under 2 miles. Has that been taken into consideration? And I'll follow up because let me ask you let me make my next point or ask you. So based on the research that I have seen, it says, and you may know otherwise, so let me ask, that a dialysis unit needs 50 dialysis patients to break even. So have you heard that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm aware.
So if a dialysis unit needs 50 patients coming in there for dialysis to break even, and you put a dialysis unit, let's just say in Bay Springs, and let's say you divide that dialysis unit and 25 patients go to the hospital-owned dialysis unit and 25 go to whoever the provider is in that area, well then now neither one, based on the research that I have that I have seen, that neither one of those units can survive financially. And so do you not have a concern that both those units end up closing because they can't financially make it? And so what my concern is, look, I live in an urban area. My folks in my district will have great access to care. But my concern is that we are going to close these dialysis units because they can't make it financially in these smaller areas. I mean, I worry, and I guess I ask, do you worry that actually it could have the reverse effect in this example of dialysis, and there are a lot of other areas of CON as well?
Well, to answer that, I worry about every bill we do for any unintended consequences, and I certainly worry about this one too. However, we've done this last year, and we passed something similar, removing dialysis from CON, which ended up being taken out on the Senate bill, but in response to that, we asked the Department of Health for their recommendation. They should know as well as anybody, you would think, and they came back with this recommendation. So I'm relying heavily on their expertise with this. I do have a letter of support from their board. That being said, I also recognize, and I am in business, so I understand competition, and I do believe hospitals and hospital boards are smart enough, or should be, to recognize the competition around them, and because they got to have the same numbers. They got to have the same 50, and it's expensive to run a dialysis company and have the equipment and to hire the people. So I think I would rather have an existing dialysis right now. I think the ones that exist are in a much better position, even if we remove CON from dialysis than company. But I understand.
Look, you're my friend, and you have worked so hard for public health, and we are on the same page of trying to do the right thing for Mississippi and provide access to care. In these particular examples in South Mississippi, there is access to care. They have access to that. So I would just ask that as this bill moves forward, that we would be mindful of just kind of that delicate balance in these areas, because we certainly don't want to have the opposite effect of less access than more. So thank you for your work.
And I kind of preface everything. The key to this is the definition of what is rural, and we'll continue to look at that. But I think we've come up with a good solution here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Just thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm for your bill, but this just crossed my mind. Is this going to allow the hospitals to open their own home health and hospice?
Well, and I failed to mention, I believe in the description, the moratorium that exists in the state supersedes CON even in this bill. So no, home health would not be open.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. All right, I don't see any further questions. I recognize the gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think anybody
is against this bill, but I'm not going to take anything for granted. I am so happy, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank the chairman of Public Health and the chairman of State Affairs, from including the Delta, the counties of Humphreys and Issaquena. Those are areas that we call healthcare desert. We can't get anything to come there, hardly. And we're just trying to open up a way to see whether or not we can bring in some kind of health care so these citizens of Mississippi will have access to it. So I would ask you to support this bill. This is the first time that I've seen public health, take the initiative to go forward to do something for the Delta. So I'm elated, and I'm asking all of you to help us pass this bill. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. Recognize the chairman to close.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Education passes. I believe that gets us down to marine resources. Y'all give the gentleman your attention. We got a pogey fish crisis. We're gonna have to deal with it.
Y'all go take a break and get some coffee while I run these through real quick. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call up item 15, House Bill 683. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain this.
Give it to the young gentleman from Jackson.
The gentleman from Jackson. The gentleman who's engaged to be married from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Does this bill stink, gentlemen?
It smells bad, Mr. Speaker.
Tell us about it.
This is House Bill 683. What this does is prohibit the use of purse seine nets within 1 mile of the shoreline of Jackson County. That's already the case in Harrison and Hancock. Currently, there's only one company in Jackson County that's operating down there. They have a administrative regulation from DMR to where they're not operating within 1 mile anyways of this. So they're okay with it. And that's the explanation of the bill, and I yield for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will you yield?
I do.
What's a purse seine?
It's a type of net that they use when menhaden fishing.
Okay, it's nothing that you wear with that pink vest you had on about 2 years ago?
No, I wore that.
Okay, just checking. Thanks.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Why are you limiting this prohibition in just 3 or 4 counties on the Gulf Coast when we have a met problem probably in half of the state?
I'm sorry, I don't think I understand the question. It's outlawed in 2 of the 3 coastal counties right now already. They're operating under administrative regulation from DMR in Jackson County as well, so we are just codifying that regulation.
I say, but this is only on the Gulf Coast, right?
Yes, sir. It has to do with fishing nets. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Pardon me.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you.
Yes, sir.
When we're talking about a seine, how many feet we talking about?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Mr. Morgan.
How many feet are we talking about in the length of the seine?
The whole entire length of the seine?
Well, I mean, you can go down to the sporting goods store and you can buy a 20 or 25 foot seine. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes. A purse seine is a significant amount longer than other variations of that seine net. These are I mean, I can't remember how
How
long they
thick, how
are.
thick's the mesh in them?
About 1,000 to 1,400 feet per net.
Commercial saying, in other
Correct,
words,
yes,
what
sir.
you're stipulating.
Yes, sir.
It's got a stipulation on the size of the mesh and the length of the seine.
It has it clarifies it as a purse seine, not, it doesn't specify length.
All right, I can agree with that. I had to get it off my chest.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted?
Jeremy.
Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to hold item 16, House Bill 684's place on the calendar and skip it at the moment.
All right, is there objection to that? We will do that.
I'd like to call up item 17, House Bill 735, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
I'll call gentleman from Harrison to.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I understand, this bill is being requested by Bureau of Marine Resources to be able to pay reserve units for special events, and basically they have the money already to do it. They just need to be able to do it, and that's my explanation of the bill. I think it's 3 or 4 events a year.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 18, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 1469, call it, make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'm going to call up another gentleman from Harrison to handle this bill, Mr. Speaker.
Junior gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1469 would require probable cause to stop and board a vessel and not just a boater safety check. That's my explanation of the bill. I yield for any questions.
I don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move to final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 120 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, with unanimous consent, I'd like to call up item 35, House Bill 1467.
All right. I hear no objection. You'll be recognized to handle that bill.
I'll call that bill up, House Bill 1467, make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
We'll have the gentleman from Harrison.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 1467 is just a bill. We would like to start a study committee with the Thailand funds on the Gulf Coast to see what is our marketability to the other coastal counties, and this will be made of a committee of 9 people, where the Lieutenant Governor get 2 personnel. We'll also have our Speaker get 2 personnel. The Lieutenant Governor will pick a person from a municipality on the Gulf Coast with under 15,000 residents. Our Speaker will get to select a person from municipalities on the Gulf Coast with 15,000 or more, and then the Secretary of State will get to select the small business personnel from the Gulf Coast and also some designate for his office. Any type of open for any questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
121 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're going to yield at this time.
Thank you, gentlemen. All right, I think that concludes our work on the general calendar. Chairman of Ways and Means wants to go back to the Ways and Means calendar and work his bills. We'll recognize the gentleman from Tate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would go to the Ways and Means calendar and call up item 1, House Bill 1716. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, I see you got a committee sub.
I move to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this committee sub comes to us after extensive work on the Main Street Investment Grant Program that's several years old now. Some of y'all may recall that this money that we've appropriated on at least 2 different years has been held up at DFA and MDA, and so this effort was to alleviate some of the concerns that the governor's office had and some legal concerns that were out there. We've worked hard along with the Main Street Board and their folks to come to a compromise that I can represent to this body, that the governor's office and those at MDA have agreed to sign, bless, and get this past money moved out to where it's been promised. And so that's what this bill does, is represents the compromise that's been reached, and that's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, sir.
Just remind us of how much grant money is available now that hadn't been used.
I think the first year was about $6 million, and the second year was a little less than that, maybe 4 or 5, somewhere in that ballpark.
So somewhere in the neighborhood about $10 million altogether.
Yeah, and this is old money. This is not new projects. This is stuff that these communities applied for. These grants were awarded the grants. The money was appropriated, and it's been held up because of these other legal concerns that we have, and these are being addressed with this bill.
So this bill would free that money up to be used back home.
It certainly should.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
And move final adoption.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Next, we call up item 2, House Bill 717. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill is simply extending the repealer on our tax credit for short line railroads that is up for approval again this year. This would be a 3-year extension on that repealer. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, the gentleman from Wayne, I don't know that I see him. Actually, he is over against the wall. I'd recognize he may be busy at the moment. We'll skip that and go to item 4, House Bill 1230. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
This is our annual car tag bill, specialty tag bill. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is, I picked Corinth High School this year for my friends up in Northeast Mississippi, and as we normally do, we'll keep a measure alive in case anybody wants to tag along on the tag bill later this session. That's my explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll skip down to, looks like item 6. Call that bill up and make the usual motion. That is House Bill 1345.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll recall the cigarette and ends vape product registry that we passed into law last year. And this bill would add similar to the existing forfeiture provisions that the Department of Revenue has on illegal tobacco and other areas of the code. It would add to products that need to be seized for non-compliance with both the cigarette and ends products directories. And that's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
We would go to item 7, House Bill 1380. Call the bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes to us at the request of DOR. It's simply just making it easier for a surviving spouse when a spouse has become deceased and that spouse is over 65 and they enjoy the benefits of the over 65 credit on their homestead. This would provide additional time for that surviving spouse to turn in their application and paperwork to make sure it's still applicable. And that is an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
We'd skip down to item 9, House Bill 1385. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
This is a DOR cleanup bill. This bill simply deletes the requirement that counties must submit the paper original of the homestead application to the DOR. That's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, bill passes. Next item.
And move to item 10, House Bill 1386. Call the bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd move we adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill would just revises the authorized use of the funds from our use tax diversions to cities and counties regarding our infrastructure assistance. It would specify simply that cities would be allowed to use these funds for construction of sidewalks that are adjacent to roads. It was just really a clarification. A lot of times a road design may have a sidewalk as part of it, and so it's just clearing that up and making sure that everyone knows that's an allowed use of the funds.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
And move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 11, House Bill 1460. I'd call that bill up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We would, this bill is a very simple bill. It's a fix to a local project, a former local projects bill relating to a project in Prentiss County. They had about $50,000 left over, and they asked that an additional road be added to the authorized use of that expenditure. And so this clarifies that, revises it, and would authorize those old monies to be used for that purpose.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 122 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd go to item 12, House Bill 1486. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
So a little bit of background. This bill comes to us something we've looked at for years in the Ways and Means Committee since I've been working there. We have got approximately just shy of $2 billion in old tax debt that is due to the state of Mississippi. So this, in a time when we need all the dollars we can get, the purpose of this bill is really twofold. It's to incentivize DOR to go out there and kind of get on the ball, so to speak, and start collecting some of this old debt. Some of it is very, very old, and it would really create a statute of limitations at a time when we're moving toward elimination of the income tax in this state. It doesn't make sense to hold somebody responsible for the rest of their life for a tax judgment that came up 15, 20, 30 years ago. And so this would try to clean that up a little bit by incentivizing DOR to enter into offers and compromise, and it would specifically accept less than what's owed in those situations where they're never going to get all the penalties, all the interest, all the tax that was adjudicated way back when. Those are become big numbers, but maybe they can go get 50 cents on the dollar. Maybe they can get 25 cents on the dollar instead of 0, which is a lot of what we're getting now. It would also set a date in the future, 3 years from July 1, 26, where these old debts would actually, if they're not collected by that date, they'd roll off, and it would put a hard deadline going forward on new debts to encourage DOR to go forward and be diligent about collecting these debts that become active, so that these future adjudications don't hang around for 15, 20, 30 years like we are in the situation we're in now. So twofold. Hopefully we collect some old money, bring in some more money, encourage DOR to do that, and at the same time don't have really just tax debtors for life to the state of Mississippi. That's an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
Be glad to.
Is there an age, a time on these debts, like they're 5 years or older, or they're?
Yeah.
It's just like you didn't pay last year, we're coming.
You talking about current law or in this bill?
Well, I'm talking about giving them the ability to go in and collect some of this old debt. When you say old debt, is there?
There's a lien registry, gentlemen, that's old, and you may have judgments from 10, 15, 20 years ago that judgments continue to be re-enrolled and re-enrolled. It's just out there, in perpetuity forever. And so this is going to encourage them to specifically go in and decide what's uncollectible. It'll go away, clean up those old liens, those registries. What is maybe 100% is not actually collectible, but 50 cents on the dollar is, 25 cents on the dollar, and try to get some money in to the state from these old debts, at the same time clean up the rolls.
All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you yield?
Be glad to.
So the DOR has some discretion now about forgiving penalties and interest on taxes owed. So will this bill give them the authority to negotiate the taxes too, or?
It would. It would.
Okay,
it certainly
thank
would.
you.
And it's on these old ones, they could negotiate it. Again, you got to understand, a lot of this tax comes from, or these adjudications come from situations where the taxpayer, DOR alleged they owed, an amount that was a large amount. The taxpayer didn't defend it, and so it just defaulted. There's some fairness in there, but again, we're trying to encourage DOR to go get some of this money. It's $2 billion that are on the rolls. It needs to be cleaned up, and it shouldn't just follow a person for the rest of their life.
Right, I got you, and I agree with that. I was hoping they would be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions, Chairman.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote 121 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Speaker, we would go to item 14, House Bill 1620. Call it up, make the usual motion.
All right, you're skipping 13. Is that right?
All right, we can go back to 13.
No, that's fine. I just want to be sure where we are.
Yeah. Either or, Mr. Speaker. Do we need to do 13?
You're the chairman.
Let's do 13. Why not? All right, we'll go to 13, House Bill 1523. Call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. And you'll see you got a committee sub.
I do. I'd move to adopt the committee sub.
Gentleman moves to adopt the committee sub for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, I'll call a good farmer bill. Right now, I'm aware of a effort in the Senate to exempt the 1.5% sales tax on farm equipment for implements, tractors that farmers currently pay. There is on a $100,000 piece of equipment, that's $1,500. I don't know. I haven't had one farmer tell me that's going to change his life. But at a time when the farming industry is going through struggling times and having hard times, this is the House's effort to try to help farmers. And so what this bill would do, instead of eliminate the 1.5% tax that we don't think would make that much difference, it would take, and plus, if you eliminate it, there are cities and counties that I can think of. I talked with the gentleman from Tunica. He's one of them. The local economies there, because of the diversions and sales tax from the sales of tractors in those cities. I know Greenville, Greenwood, or others, it would bust a big hole in the budgets of those cities. So what this bill would do would be sensitive to that effort, and we can work with the Senate going forward. But what this bill would do would leave those diversions in place and take half of the money that's going to the general fund, which would be about $4 or $5 million. There's about 9 to 10 total that's hitting the general fund. It'd take about 4 of that and create a grant program for farmers where they could apply for a grant, get up to a $50,000 grant that they could then use to as a down payment to purchase equipment going forward. And I think that is something that would help farmers tremendously in a year where they may have a note they got to pay, but they need some down payment money up to $50,000. That's something that would be real, that would help farmers. There's a provision in there that if the farmer couldn't apply, if they get it, they'd have to sit out a year before they apply again. But at that number, it'd help 100 to 150, up to 150 grants per year approximately. So that's an explanation of the bill, designed to try to help some of our farmers in this tough time. Doesn't cost a whole lot of money, and just recognizing that they've been through a lot in the last couple of years. That's an explanation of the program.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Jones, Ms. Scott.
Will you yield, gentlemen?
I'd love to, lady.
Thank you. I just want to be clear.
It's been too long.
I just want to be clear on what it is that you're saying. The monies that you're putting here, you're taking from the 1.5% tax. You're leaving that diversion in place, right? Isn't that what you said?
Leaving the tax in place.
The tax in place.
Yes.
And then what you're doing
The diversions as well.
So the money is not coming from that tax?
It is, yes.
Okay. So in essence, we're not escalating any money.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
Well, as you know, farmers get more money in this state than the SNAP program does, and the SNAP program gets almost $400 million for 200,000 or 300,000 people, and the farmers get $400 or $500 million for 300 or 400 farmers. So, since you say it won't break them, and you're trying to help the cities or those that would be impacted, I'm just trying to figure out, how does this proposal help those cities?
Help the cities?
In the counties where the equipment is being sold. That's the way
Because-
you explained it.
Yeah, because
Well, I'll
it-
tell you what, explain it. Will you explain the bill again?
Lady, I've already explained it once. I'll be happy to answer any questions you have specifically, though.
Well-
This would encourage more equipment purchases inside the state of Mississippi through this grant program, because that's the only thing the money could be used for, is implements and tractors and equipment that qualify for the 1.5% sales tax currently.
Okay, and for farmers that you yourself say that this really is not going to make that big a difference.
No,
But
I
it
said,
is
I
gonna
said if
take-
you eliminate the 1.5% tax, it doesn't make that big a difference.
Okay.
But if a farmer can go get a $20,000, $30,000, $50,000 down payment on a $500,000, combine, that's going to help that farmer. And look, farmers are going through a lot these last few years.
All I'm trying to find out from you gentlemen is, where is the $8, $9, $10 million coming from?
That-
And the only reason I'm
That's
asking you
the
this.
general fund, and we would take half that to fund this grant program.
Okay, so $10 million out of the general fund so that 300 or so farmers can get a grant
Half
that
that,
the
lady.
federal government is already giving them, more than $400 million in grants, more than the 300 and some thousand people who get SNAP benefits in this state. And then we're under all kinds of fiscal pressures now. You would agree, gentlemen, since you sit on the budget committee, that when y'all passed the budget recommendation, the lieutenant governor said he commended you all on having a conservative budget. Y'all smiled and were so happy about that. Do you think it makes good policy for us to take $10 million out of the general fund when we've got all kinds of pressures coming against us to give to farmers that's getting close to $500 million already from the federal government?
Lady, I'm going to say it again. It's not $10 million. It's half that. It's about 9 and some change, and it's half that. So
Well-
4 and some change is what we're dealing with.
4 and some change,
And
gentlemen.
look, lady, if you're not for helping the farmers, I'd invite you to vote against the bill.
And I will.
Gentleman from Jones, Ms. Blackwell. Mr. Blackwell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, I just.
Yes, sir.
I'm curious, are there, what the criteria for the eligibility for this grant would be? Is that established
You
already?
have to file a Schedule F on your income taxes and
Oh.
just qualify as a farmer.
Okay, thank
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I don't see any further questions.
I'd move final adoption.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas, 3 nays, the bill passes.
Mr. Speaker, we go to item 14, House Bill 1620. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bill comes to us at the request of the Speaker Pro Tem, and this would create a industrial zone act or area specifically in Jackson County. There's a meets and bounds description for this particular tract of real estate, and the bill would further describe that this area may not be later included in a municipal annexation. And so that's the description of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Fondren.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentleman yield?
Be glad to.
The meets and bounds description, I saw that in the bill. I don't have my maps in front of me. Does that all just go down Industrial Road right outside of Pascagoula?
I don't know that I could cite to you the exact name of the road. I know it's well out into the county. It's been represented to me that that's not an area that's believed to be in danger of any immediate annexation. But your senior gentleman from Jackson and George probably could answer that question for you if you want to ask him directly.
All right, and does it include multiple businesses along that road? Multiple corporations, multiple
Let me get that
things?
for you. I think my understanding, gentlemen, is it's an area around Chevron.
Okay.
And if that's wrong, I'll stand corrected and I'll let you know.
Okay. And does it have any effect on the current annexation proceedings that are taking place?
That is not my understanding. Again, as it's been explained to me, is that bill is that area is an area that is not in any immediate, not in an immediate area that would be annexed anytime soon.
All right, but it would forbid annexation of that area at any point in the future.
It's there are several industries located in that area. The gentleman reminds me. In addition to Chevron and several other industries.
Okay. And it would, if it doesn't affect it now, it would affect the annexation of that area at any point in the future. Correct?
That's the way I understand the bill. Yes, sir.
Is there any other area that we do this in the state of Mississippi, or would this be unique?
Hold on one second. I think we have done that, gentlemen, for other economic development, major economic development projects. I think Nissan comes to mind, maybe some of the others.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Yes, sir.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
I'd be glad to.
Is this just industrial? Are there any residences in this area?
Let me ask the man who lives there. All industrial.
All industrial.
Commercial.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage, Mr.
He
Speaker.
moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
We'll skip a couple, Mr. Speaker, go down to item 17, House Bill number 1633, called up. Make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Mr. Speaker, this bill comes to us through work with MDA. This bill, ladies and gentlemen, would just add utility improvements and easements and rights of way to that particular existing code section that deals with our site development grant program. And that's an explanation.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Speaker, no, I didn't have a question on the bill. It was to the vote, but at the appropriate time, I'd like to address that.
Okay.
I mean, I tried to push the button for my desk, made it on 1523. If I could be recorded.
I'll come right back to you. You want to tell me now? Just tell me now, gentlemen. We'll get it.
Present. I was trying to vote in present.
Trying to vote present on the last item we voted on.
1523,
which I believe was item
13.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we got. Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from Marshall, Mr. Faulkner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield.
Yes, sir.
For this grant program, how much money would be available? You have a
So
number?
there's no additional money. This is an existing program, gentlemen, at MDA. We fund it. We usually, the last several years, we've put some money into it, and that's what MDA uses to go get future sites ready to attract, sites all over the state where I think the site up in your neck of the woods, Marshall County, has benefited from this program, and so that's what this is. There's no new money in it right now.
Thank you.
This just changes the allowable expenditures.
I don't see any further questions.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 122 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Go to item 18, House Bill 898. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
We have a committee sub. I'd move that we adopt.
Gentleman moves that the committee sub be adopted for consideration in lieu of the original bill. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the committee sub.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this comes to us at the request of many of our municipal friends, probably a long time coming, but this would create a study committee. There is several cities, many cities throughout the state that have had questions. I know for going years back that I can recall specifically about how DOR calculates where their sales taxes are generated. Is DOR accurate? What's the mechanism if a city doesn't agree with what the determinations that DOR makes? Because all of that depends on the diversions that the cities get back. So are we sure that, the Pizza Hut or the hardware store is on the north side of the road, which is in the city limits, or is it on the south side of the road, which is not in the city limits? What happens when that's wrong? How is that corrected? How do these cities ensure that they're getting the right amount of sales tax diversion? So this bill would create a study committee for the purposes of trying to come up with a solution going forward that we could, the goal being to have some more understanding, some more assurances that we're getting this right. And so that's what the bill does.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 121 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Next, we'd skip down to item 20, House Bill 934. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Next, I'd make a motion to recommit.
All right. Gentleman's motion on House Bill 934 is to recommit. In favor of the gentleman's motion indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Next, we go to item 21, House Bill 941. Call that bill up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just extending the repealer on the Mississippi Healthcare Industry Zone Act. These are just a few repealer bills we have left, and this is one of them.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. In favor of the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Item 22, House Bill 1761. I'd make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Again, this is a repealer bill dealing with the wine, let me get this right, the festival wine permit law. I remember when we passed that a few years ago that allows certain festivals to make and probably do a bunch of dances and sell their own wine. I'm not sure exactly what they do, but this extends keeps it alive, extends the repealer.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
I'd move final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 104 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
Ways and Means yields.
Thank you, gentlemen. Bill Pygott. Gentleman from Walthall, for what purpose?
Mr. Speaker, could I get unanimous consent to go back to the motion to reconsider table?
All right. I don't hear any objection to that. I believe that we've concluded our other business through the calendar today. But I hear no objection if you want to go there.
Yes, sir.
We can go back to the top anyway, but I don't hear an objection, so okay. I'll recognize you if that's where you'd like to go.
Thank you, sir. On item 1, House Bill 933, move to table.
Gentleman's motion on House Bill 933 on the motion to reconsider calendar is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Gentlemen, those were held today, so you can't dispose of them on the same day.
Okay, thank
unless
you.
it's a deadline day. My mistake. All right. I believe that concludes our work on the calendar for today. I will recognize the clerk's office for any announcements. No announcements. Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Mississippi Association of Supervisors Midwinter Conference is taking place now. You're all invited to a legislative reception beginning at 5 p.m. today at the Sheraton Refuge.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Forest, Ms. McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 8, House Bill 1622, from a yay to a nay.
Sounds like a lot of objection back there, lady. Maybe try again tomorrow. I don't know. You can always change it even the next day. Maybe some of the detractors won't be here. Did they convert you back there? Is that what it was? Do you know in 15 years I've never changed a vote? Not one. Even when I got it wrong, I just went with it. But we love you, so change the lady's vote. I don't hear a real objection. Further announcements? Gentleman from Rankin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to call a rules meeting for 9:45 in the morning, and also the state of the state has been postponed indefinitely.
Did you postpone it, gentlemen? All right, he's announced a rules meeting for in the morning at 9:45. I don't see anyone else seeking recognition. I recognize the gentleman from Rankin for the motion.
I move that the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor the motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.